I didn't have Plague Marine green, so I mixed up green and Slimer green and I can't even see if it's brown anymore, but it's tan brown. I'm not really painting as much as I'm stippling because there's so much detail. It's going to be Nurgle Titan. Just get into all the recesses, you have to stipple it on. This paint stinks. Ugh. I haven't used this paint before. I just bought these recently. Steel 75 fantasy grounds or fantasy games. But they've got a lot of pigment in them. They're very bright. These were some Titan plates that I found on online, and I sized them down in 3D Builder, and then put them on here. Like this one has eyes in it. There's like a little bitty mouth here. Then there's a face for that one. But they're plates for a Warlord Titan, and so I'm putting them on my Reaver Titan here, or Reaver Knight. Sorry, not Titan. let this dry for a minute and clean my palette, and I'll start on another Titan. Or I'm gonna keep doing that. Knight, Chaos Knight.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Made a bone collar using Vallejo game collar, Blanco Arctic White, and khaki. just seen a support I missed. Gosh. I thought those were teeth. I can't get to those. They're teeth now. Huh. Palette over here. Move this closer. Paint's still too thick. I know it's too thick because it's trying to hide some of the detail. It should just flow into the detail, not cover it up. You can, if you get too much paint, you can take another brush and just touch it, and it'll suck up the extra paint. Now I got too much paint on my brush. I love the Nurgle because they're so disgusting looking. I'm putting a transparent tint on that I made. It's made out of golden paint. It'll just darken up the green. Like a wash, but they'll just darken up the green some. Highlight the details. I added dish soap into my water, like 3 drops, to help it flow into the creases. Glad that wasn't opened. So when I assemble these models, I've tried to use super glue, but super glue will not hold them together. So I use two-part epoxy resin and with a 5-minute, and that's the only stuff that works. The Gorilla Glue one never works. I've used the 5-minute epoxy for Gorilla Glue and it does not work. Super glue doesn't work. Everything I've tried. And then if you don't mix the 5-minute epoxy together perfectly, your model will still move and it'll never set. So you have to be very precise. I'll be right back. Never mind. Found what I wanted. These little shot glasses are perfect for mixing epoxy, paint, anything. I feel like this one's open. I need to get gloves.
nose into our business? The Baron smoothed his beard and glowered. I understand perfectly well the consequences of interfering with your business. No one under my command would do something so foolish. Whoever it was, they weren't one of my people. Maddox held the Baron's angry gaze for long seconds. The ether confirmed that he was telling the truth. Well enough. We'll be leaving after breakfast. When we reach Wargoth, my report will make your cooperation clear. But if the villagers somehow speak to someone in authority, there may be blowback on you. The Baron waved a hand. 2 grubby peasants are no threat to me, no matter who they speak to. Just to be safe, I'll send a rider to the capital to warn them of the madmen running around claiming I'm a traitor. Maddox smiled. You've got it all figured out, huh? I've ruled this barony long enough to know my business. Do you have any special requirements for supplies? No, just food for a week and full water skins. Easily done. I would offer to have your mounts saddled for you, but my stable master says you didn't bother to remove them. That seems to offend him on a professional level. Maddox chuckled. Undead horses don't care about saddle rash or abrasions, and you don't have to feed them or let them rest. They're the next best thing to mechanical horses, lacking only in the speed department. That being the case, the Baron said, I'm surprised more people don't use them. Unless you're a wizard, they're hard to control, and they do rot after a while, making them easy to detect in public. As I said, they're useful, but not perfect. After a fine meal, Maddox and Luca collected their supplies and headed out. Losing the ghouls put Maddox on edge. He had a bad feeling in the back of his mind. While it may have simply been his imagination, he couldn't shake the thought that some unseen enemy had it out for them. Chapter 16. Harper crouched just inside the tree line and watched as one of the bald wizards came out to investigate the remains of his pet ghouls. Everything in her screamed to put an arrow through his skull, but she wasn't that stupid. Even if she killed the man, the many now active guards would be on her in moments. Assuming they were right about the Baron's daughter being held captive, she would likely find herself quickly handed over to whoever the wizards worked for. That would not end well for her and West, she felt certain. In the moments after she learned of her father's death, Harper wouldn't have thought anything of dying as long as she took the killers with her. Now that her rage has cooled, she'd begun to see that something bigger than her private family drama was going on. She needed to learn more. If they could somehow spring the Baron's daughter, so much the better. It would deny her enemies a powerful bargaining chip. When the wizard had worked his way around to the far side of the estate, Harper backed up further and rejoined West. How did he take the loss of his ghouls? West asked. I couldn't tell from here, but I hope badly. How are you holding up? I wouldn't complain about 12 hours sleep on an actual bed, but other than feeling tired, I'm fine. How do you think Barrett and Tobias are doing? Barrett's as tough as old leather, and Tobias isn't far behind. They'll make it to the capital, I'm sure of it. Whether they can get someone to listen to them, I'm less confident about. Hopefully, Elias can point them in the right direction. You served with your father in the Real Rangers? Harper sat with her back to a big pine tree. That's right. After Dad's unit went their separate ways, he moved to the magical armor testing department. As the only person to have piloted the armor they stole from Auden, the magical engineers were eager to study it. All that magic stuff is over my head, but Dad seemed happy for him. I'll bet, West sat beside her. Less danger and probably better pay. What's to complain about? Harper turned her head a fraction to study his profile. The trip had aged West already, starting with his dark eyes. Why didn't you study magical engineering? It's a guaranteed payday, and there's always a ton of work. I know a little bit about magical engineering, but Maggie says it has too many weaknesses to be a primary vocation. She said I need to master traditional wizardry first. Then, if I want to focus on magical engineering, at least I won't be completely useless in a fight. That sounds like Maggie. Harper grinned when she thought about the fierce old woman. Though Lord Colt did okay as a magical engineer. Lord Colt didn't start as a magical engineer either. The history books say he invented it after becoming an arcane lord. There was movement around the south gate. Harper stood for a better look. I didn't know that. I'm not surprised. The magical engineers don't exactly publicize it. What's going on? Two figures in gray robes on horseback came trotting out of the gate. They're coming. Get ready to move. West scrambled to his feet. He kept silent as the wizards rode past them. Harper waited a long 10 count to follow. As they made their way through the woods parallel to the road, West said, I was sure you'd want to hit them when they passed us. I've got a new plan. Am I going to like this? I don't know. I want to follow them back to their base and see if we can rescue the Baron's daughter. Mila. What? Her name is Mila McLeod. She came through town with the Baron once when you were off hunting, maybe a year ago. It was right after your mom died, so I doubt you were very interested. I wouldn't have been very interested anyway. Is she our age? Younger? I think she was 12 at the time. Cute little thing. Red hair, freckles, still carrying a bit of baby fat. She seemed really excited to be waving to the crowd that had gathered to greet them. Well, if we see a chubby red-haired girl with freckles, we'll know who to rescue. With the undead horses and made his way through a fallen archway. Inside, the hatch that led to their base was wide open, revealing the stairs down. He really shouldn't have left it open, Luca muttered. Why not? We're the only ones here, and if the apprentice had closed it, we would have just had to open it again anyway. Maddox started down the stairs, ignoring Luca's muttering about security. They were in the middle of nowhere. No one had even visited this ruin in a decade, and the last group that did never came close to finding the trapdoor. At the bottom of the stairs, they arrived at an 8x8 stone box. There were murder slits on either side, but no one was manning them. Personally, Maddox would have liked half a dozen zombies equipped with spears on either side. The danger was that they might accidentally stab an apprentice unable to control them. Given their manpower shortage, Morgoth deemed the risk unnecessary. Maddox shoved the door directly ahead of them open and strode right down the empty hall. After 10 paces, it branched left and right. He went left. Morgoth's chambers, along with the labs, ritual chamber, and the acolyte's living quarters were this way. He passed 3 doors before pausing in front of one marked with a black pentagram. A single hard knock was followed shortly by the door opening and revealing Morgoth himself. The leader of the Acolytes of Eternal Darkness stood a fraction over 6 feet tall, had a bald head, handsome, chiseled features, and an even longer goatee than Maddox. He wore the standard uniform of a gray robe and black leather boots. Only Morgoth's silk robe marked him as different than Maddox. Their leader raised his arms as if he planned to hug them. Welcome back, brothers. I can feel the urn from here. Congratulations on your success. Maddox offered a polite, if unenthusiastic bow while Luca nearly touched his head to the stones. When he straightened, Maddox eased the urn out from under his arm and offered the wrapped bundle to Morgoth, who eagerly accepted. I trust your mission went smoothly. Not as smoothly as I would have liked, but we got the job done. I heard the others haven't returned. Unfortunately, no. Yemen has yet to locate his target. Al-Assad has reached the capital, but finding a way into the royal castle is no easy feat. And, alas, poor sweet Serena has passed on. Maddox's brow furrowed at that. Serena was the only woman that had reached the range.
Makeup brushes really do work for this the best. It destroys them, so I only paid like $5 for this, and I got like a set. I got a set of 4 for $5 at Walmart. Not this. These. Oh no, these were $1. I got these after Christmas. You can go to Walmart after Christmas and they got all kinds of makeup stuff for like 99 cents. Stuff that didn't sell for Christmas. I bought these and I bought these. And I think I paid like $2 for both of them total. This is basically like the artist's opus, but if you got any dangly bits hanging off like these and stuff, it'll break them off. So this works better. I need to make one of those dry brush palettes where you 3D print all the stuff and then just like glue it in a box. Just if you just do it on the paper towel, it's not catching it all. But like I do it on this edge, it catches it. So you know you still got paint on it. See the line I'm making here? You want to get all the paint off of it almost, because if you don't, like you actually tone down the color too much. Instead of just catching the edge, you're actually painting it. You don't want to paint it, you just want to catch the very tops. So it's actually painting it. You don't want that. Still got too much paint on it. That's better. tired of painting green. I've never batch painted an army before. A lot of them starting with a night army instead of Tyranids. I started with the Tyranids earlier, but I was like, I put them up. So many models. I was like, I'll work on you later. No, there's no more paint on it out there. There might be. Let's see. No, there's no more paint. Only got 4 models left to dry brush. Then I'm going to start on horns and then tentacles. This batch painting's not easy for the Warhammer. I feel like I've been painting green for 3 days. I have been painting green for 3 days. That's all I see is green.
Try new game relaxed plays. 10 cent please for twice the bottoms.
In towns all across the country, I'm all set. Jack stood and found himself steady on his massive feet. A couple minutes later, Lockwood stood as well. Me too. The knight nodded. Go out the door and turn right to the training ground. The area has been cleared, but do be careful where you step. Jack stomped out ahead of his brother and made his way across the yard to the training grounds, basically just a huge open area between the castle and the northern wall. A large group had gathered a safe distance away to observe, including Father and Marshall. Now that Lockwood had magical abilities to draw one, Jack figured his odds of winning were smaller, but he was still determined to give it his best. Magic didn't decide everything after all. A pair of staves the size of small trees and wrapped in hundreds of yards of cloth were held upright by 6 soldiers on opposite sides of the training area. Jack went right and Lockwood left. He wrapped his hand around the staff but didn't move until the soldiers had let go and run away. The way everyone acted like he might step on them was hurting his feelings. How are we going to handle this? Jack asked. The knight approached and said, "This will be a simple sparring match. 3 strikes ends it. Don't hit each other with anything other than the staves." "Got it," Jack said. "Understood," Lockwood said. The knight trotted off the field and Jack said, "Want to call it?" "Sure. Ready?" Jack raised his staff in a 2-handed grip, and Lockwood did the same. "Go!" Jack charged, closing the distance between himself and his brother in 3 strides. His staff came down at Lockwood's shoulder, only to be turned aside at the last moment. Lockwood stepped in and slammed the butt of his staff into Jack's chest, staggering him a step. "That's one for me," Lockwood said as they returned to their starting positions. Jack muttered about overconfident magical little brothers and raised his staff for the next round. At Lockwood's little command, he approached more cautiously. A few probing blows were turned aside by each of them. This time, Lockwood took the initiative and swung a hard overhand blow. Jack raised his staff to block, then caught himself as he was about to kick Lockwood in his exposed stomach. That's exactly the right move in a real fight, but against the rules here. Instead, they jostled for position, pushing back and forth. The 2 suits of magical armor were perfectly mirrored, and neither prince could take the advantage. Jack waited until Lockwood made his next surge and stepped back. His brother stumbled and took a blow to the side from Jack's staff. "Ha! 1 each!" Jack barely caught Lockwood and muttered, watch my balance. The duel continued for another 5 minutes, ending with Jack winning 3-2. He could hardly believe it, but didn't plan to confront it. He seldom beat Lachlan at anything these days, so anything was a good one. They returned the armor to their slots in the armor and climbed down. Both men were covered in sweat from the heat of the control chambers. Lachlan grinned and trotted over. Good match! They shook hands, and Jack grinned back. You too. Jack glanced around to make sure they were alone. Did the magic do anything for you? Not so far as I could tell. I've got to meet with Father and Marshall and see what they say. Want to have lunch together afterward? Here, I'll meet you at the usual place. Lachlan nodded and trotted off toward the castle. Jack went outside and took a deep breath. He had no lessons or plans today. That was rare enough that he planned to enjoy it as much as he could. Hopefully, Lachlan would get good news. Though what good news would look like for him under the current circumstances, Jack had no idea. After the Princess sparring match, King Jacob led Marshall back to his office, where they settled once more in the overstuffed leather chairs. He wanted to get the High Priest's impressions of what happened before Lachlan arrived. To say that the younger Prince's loss had been a surprise was putting it mildly. The one with the magical ability wasn't supposed to lose to the one without. So what happened? Jacob asked. Marshall frowned at the question. What do you mean? Don't give me that. Lachlan lost. That wasn't supposed to happen. No. You misunderstood the purpose of the test. I wanted to see if this talent would manifest outside of direct combat. In this case, while he was piloting the suit of magical armor. It didn't. Not in any meaningful way, at least. The ether did stir as he thought, but making his body stronger and faster doesn't do much good when the moves are naturally slowed by the armor's reaction time. So he has to be fighting someone toe-to-toe for it to work? Likely. We haven't tested archery yet, but I doubt that would be intense enough to trigger the magic. Danger is the key. At least, I believe it is. The range of archery and the protection provided by the magical armor both serve to reduce the sense of danger. That's also why the magic reacts weakly when Lachlan fights his brother. He really doesn't feel threatened by him. Why does it work that way? Marshall shook his head. No one knows why any given wild talent works the way it does. It just does. I hate to say because it's magic, but that's basically it. Jacob grunted. Even though it was his responsibility as king, he hated dealing with things like this. There was a knock on the door. It's Lachlan. Come in, Jacob said. The door opened, and his younger son slipped inside. He offered a sheepish look and bow. Sorry I lost. We discussed this, Marshall said. Winning or losing wasn't the point. It was an experiment, and as such, the information I gave was valuable. I now understand better how your talent works. Lachlan brightened. That's good, right? How does it work? Marshall went over everything he'd already told Jacob. We'll try archery next session. I appreciate your dedication to this project. Not at all. Knowing how all this works might save my life one day. Was there anything else? Jacob and I are going to have lunch together. Go ahead, he could say. The rest of the day is yours. Thank you, Father. Lachlan bowed and hurried out. When he'd gone, Marshall said, he's a remarkably good person. Lucky for everyone that someone like Lachlan gained such a dangerous wild talent. Can you imagine if he had the temperament of an assassin or, worse, a mad criminal? I shuddered to think. Jacob grunted. Too much kindness is no good thing for a warrior. On the other hand, his lack of ambition is ideal for a second son. I'll call it a toss-up for now. Keep me informed as your tests continue. Marshall stood and bowed. Of course. I feel like I'm pretty close to fully understanding this talent. Going forward, the task will be to help him hone it as much as possible. Jacob waved his old friend out. Interesting as all the magic business was, He still had a kingdom to run, and he needed to get back to work. Chapter 34. West walked through the dark forest. Mist shrouded everything, making it hard to see more than a few feet in any direction. He was dreaming. West knew that because he visited this exact same forest last night as well. Now, as then, nothing presented itself beyond trees and darkness. Try as he might, West couldn't imagine why his mind had conjured this particular dreamscape. The forest wasn't a place he liked to visit. Maybe if Harper was with him, it would make more sense. But him, alone in the forest? No, that made no sense at all. Since he had only two options, walk or stay still, West kept moving. Maybe there was a way out of this dream. Waking up would do it, but he didn't know how to wake himself up. Since no one else was doing it, he assumed he hadn't started screaming and crashing. Harper kept watch right now, so if he did anything strange, she'd see it at once. For no other reason than to see if he could, West tried whistling. Turned out he could, but the mist dampened the sound, making it seem weak and timid. He didn't care for the implications, and fell silent. Cold, dark laughter filled the air. He stopped and spun in a circle, hands raised and ready to cast. Your magic doesn't work with you. The voice sent a chill up his spine. He'd never heard anything so evil. You have no idea what the humming voice said. West looked all around, trying to figure out where it was coming from. This is your mind, boy. I'm coming from inside you. Liar! There's nothing in me that sounds anything like you. Whatever you are, you're not a part of me. Silly. All humans have a bit of darkness in them. Don't believe me? Just take a look at that criminal what's around it. Sweet, getting his wisdom as easily as you might demand. He wasn't even upset. What sort of 18-year-old girl murders 3 people without blinking an eye? The sort that just had her father killed by those same people. Harper isn't a bad person, just angry and determined to find the ones responsible for that crime. She'll turn back to normal once it's done. The cold laughter came again, and even West was honest enough to recognize the lie he told himself. Harper would never be the same. Not after losing Dawson the way she did. It would be unreasonable of her to expect her to be. But even if she wasn't the same, she was still Harper. That was all West cared about. You're too late. West spun and found himself standing face to face with another him. A harder, sneering version dressed all in black. His eyes sunken and dark, his skin pale like he hadn't seen the sun for months. You don't have to be the dark version said. Strong enough to stand beside Harper instead of holding him back. Strong enough to touch in danger. That's what you want. Who are you? I am a version of you that is a pathetic excuse for a man. I am the version of you that had the courage to pour ether into the ambient eye and summon the human thing. I am the version of you not afraid to embrace true power. West's mind wheeled. He knew there was something dark about the amulet when he felt it burning through his pocket. But the idea that it held a demon was too much for him to process. Some of the things it said were true. He did want to be strong enough to protect Harper and make her happy. Of course, if he tried to protect her, the last thing it would do was make her happy. Choosing evil won't get me what I want. You can stay in your prison and rot for all eternity. Dark-West smiled. You will see that now. Every person is honest. Well, maybe. But most once in a while, you find that you're willing to embrace their true nature. Those people are treasures beyond man. But the rest need time to accept the truth. And if there's one thing a demon has, it's time. West sat up with a gasp. The light from a small fire illuminated the clearing where they'd set up camp. Mila was sound asleep, one arm under her head. Nothing like walking for hours on end to ensure a good night's rest, assuming you weren't carrying a necklace with a demon inside. That dream? He flinched and turned enough to see Harper sitting in the shadow of a maple. She held her father's sword across her knees. Yeah, I guess the fight with that wizard and his pet freaked me out worse than I thought. I can take over if you want to turn in. It's only been an hour. You won't pass half a day if you don't get more sleep than that. West doubted he was going to get any more sleep at this point. He said so. What he didn't point out was the demon's presence. He wanted to talk to Maggie about it first. Can you tell me about it? Harper asked. West shook his head. That was the last thing he wanted to do. I might not sleep, but I will try and rest. Good idea. I'll give you a shake when it's your turn to stand watch. One more day should put enough distance between us and the dead guy that we can go back to just using your bar at night. On the off chance some of his friends came looking for him, I didn't want to get caught on the run. West nodded. You'll hear no complaint from me. No one ever died from an excess of caution. He lay back down and closed his eyes, but as he both hoped and feared, sleep refused to come. Chapter 35. Maddox made excellent time traveling north on his unbent mount. The farmer he'd taken the horse from had objected by leveling a pitchfork at Maddox, which gave him all the excuse he needed to kill the man and his wife before adding them to his collection of tools. He burned the farmhouse down for good measure. Hopefully it would keep anyone from looking too hard for the bodies. Not that he especially cared if anyone realized the bodies were gone. He visited the farm in the middle of the night, and none of the neighbors lived within 2 miles of the place. Now the edge of the great forest was in sight. Evergreens taller than the ruined tower he and Luca had visited jutted into the sky. What separated the great forest from every other collection of trees in Montaigne was the old growth. No one had ever walked it, at least not in hundreds of years. That would change, of course. Montaigne's hunger for timber was inexhaustible, and the massive trees were too tempting to ignore for long. He shook his head. All men wanted something, but most lacked the will to do whatever it took to get it. Maddox wasn't so weak. With that said, figuring out the complex ritual he copied in Warhol's chambers was taking far longer than he hoped. He spent a few hours studying it every night when he made camp, and still barely understood the first paragraph with its multi-layered ethereal construct. Warhoff might be stronger than him, but Maddox didn't think the man was smarter. Though if they were to have any real hope of unraveling the immortal apprentice's puzzle, maybe he'd better hope Warhoff was as smart as he thought he was. At the edge of the woods, where the trees were still short and scrubby, Maddox reined in and dismounted. The horse would be more of a hindrance than help in the forest. He grabbed his laden pack, handed it off to one of the lesser ghouls, and ordered the undead horse to remain in place until he returned. For the last 2 days, he'd seen no sign of civilization, so the odds of someone stumbling onto the creature were minimal. With the mental command, he sent the greater ghouls forward to rip a path into the woods. The monsters tore flexible limbs, ripping them to pieces and quickly making a path for Maddox. The ghouls seemed to enjoy shredding the trees nearly as much as they did flesh. Destruction for the sake of it was very much a ghoul trait. Actually, it was a trait of all undead with even a hint of personality. and demons were worse. As long as they destroyed what he told them to, and only what he told them to, Maddox didn't care what they felt. In the end, they were tools to be used as he saw fit, and discarded when no longer of value. Speaking of disposable tools, Maddox wondered how good of the story, given that between demons was a bit like giving a toddler alchemist's fire. He just knew nothing good would come of it. Banishing all his extraneous thoughts, Maddox focused. The whited lands, assuming they lived up to their name, must be rife with corruption. That should make them easy to find for a wizard. Of course, the Great Forest wasn't called that because it was small, and he only had a vague direction to work with. He shrugged and kept moving. An hour after he started, the forest opened up under the old growth canopy, and the walking became easy. His every magical sense alert for any hint of corruption, Maddox marched along steadily, pausing only once for lunch. By the time darkness fell, he'd gotten miles from where he started, yet he felt no closer to his destination. No one ever said the search for power would be an easy one. His camp consisted of a small fire contained by magic and a bed of spruce leaves. After eating, he dug out the poppy pages and studied his spell. Feeling at least somewhat confident with the first stage of the ritual, he summoned 6 spells and did his best to recreate the layered design. He failed miserably. 2 more attempts left him exhausted and frustrated. Falling back into his slightly prickly bed, Maddox released the ether and dismissed the ritual from his mind. Time to sleep and get a fresh start in the morning. Morgoth sat on the floor of the ritual chamber and focused on maintaining the first part of the spell while putting the second part in place. So far, this was where the whole project fell apart, and the moment after he thought it, the ether exploded into glittering sparks that quickly faded. He glanced at the arm and leg sitting on the stone table and swallowed a curse. If the apprentice's consciousness was truly present in his limbs, he was no doubt laughing hysterically at Morgoth's pathetic failure. Not that he needed to justify himself to an arm and leg, but unlike the apprentice, Morgoth hadn't been trained by the most powerful arcane lord of them all. His master had been powerful and skilled, but a powerful and skilled human was still little more than a child compared to one of the lords. A faint warmth on his chest distracted him. Morgoth pulled the black skull lantern out and found the eyes glowing red. Unlike the sad imitations he provided to his followers, Morgoth's amulet had a number of other useful abilities. The glowing red eyes, for example, meant that one of his agents in Astaroth's hell wished to speak to him. They weren't carrying out any projects for him at the moment, so he couldn't imagine what prompted the contact. He shrugged. Only 5 eyes. He poured ether into the eyes and concentrated. Morgoth recognized the magical signature as the weaker of his 2 divine servants, an imp bound to watch over the area of hell nearest their world. The imp's job was to ensure no one from that side interfered with Morgoth's plans in secret. It wasn't strong enough to stop anyone, but at least it could alert him to the danger. Go ahead. A human soul just arrived from your world, Master, along with a hellhound. Morgoth swallowed another curse. That had to be himself. Didn't help him for being right about the useless fool. Now he had to assume the worst, that Baron McLeod would be coming for payback. Strong as he was, Morgoth couldn't fight off all the Baron's soldiers on his own. He'd have to make arrangements to relocate. The question was how to go about it. Well done, he said when he remembered the imp was still connected to his amulet. Keep me posted as usual. Releasing the imp, Morgoth considered the best way to get all his precious books, as well as the apprentice's arm and leg out of here by himself. At least he had a place to escape to. His late master had a redoubt for just such an emergency. Naturally, when Morgoth killed him, he inherited that along with everything else. Offering a faint shake of his head, Morgoth stood. He had so many more pressing matters to deal with. Now the incompetent nitwit had added to his burden. But then again, it was the burden of all great men to be dragged down by fools. He left the ritual chamber and entered Jester's room. Inside, he collected the crystal that would let him send a message to Elton. His less than loyal follower needed to know what was happening. The rest of them did as well, but Morgoth had no way to contact the other teams. It looked like they'd be in the field for the foreseeable future anyway, so he saw no reason to worry about them for the time being. Taking a moment to compose his thoughts, Morgoth said, "Ukazar is failing. Abandoning base and moving to emergency hideout. Continue the search." Satisfied with that, he sent the message off. Now to get to work. His collection wasn't going to move itself. Chapter 36. Walking down the dirt road to Fargo seemed strange to Harper. On the one hand, she was happy to be home, and on the other, didn't really feel like home with her father gone. At least she'd sent one of his killers to wherever hell would lead him. She took some small satisfaction from that. She winced as a gleam from her arm stabbed her. The burned, if that was the right word, arm had been jabbing her more and more the last day and a half. She tried her best not to think what that might mean. Rest assured her that Maggie would know what to do. Hopefully Maggie could do something for West as well. He looked exhausted, worn down to numb from lack of sleep. Something was bothering him, obviously, but he wouldn't share whatever he had on his mind with him. Probably because he didn't want to add to her burden or something equally foolish. As if seeing him like this didn't add to the burden. Only Mila, to her surprise, remained in good shape. The girl walked along without complaint, slept like the dead no matter how hard the ground, and generally did nothing to make Harper regret getting her out of her cell. And thoughts of that cell no doubt played a big part in her excellent attitude. When you'd been kidnapped and locked up by a bunch of crazy cultists, there really was nowhere to go but up. When the first building appeared in the distance, Harper asked, "Are you sure you don't want to see your brother?" Mila shook her head. Brady and I never got along. He thinks it's my fault father shipped him off to this backwater village. No offense. None taken, Harper said. Farville is without a doubt a backwater village, and we like it that. Generally, we have nothing worse to worry about than an occasional bandit or only a big bit of wildlife. These same murderous wizards are happily a rarity. Not rare enough, West cried. Harper couldn't argue with that. Payment is not required. Harper stood and made the sign of the inverted sword over her chest. I'm most grateful. Now I need to get something to eat. Be sure to have plenty of meat, Enzo said. It'll help you regain your strength. Lady Mila, it was a pleasure to meet you. Mila curtsied. The pleasure was mine, Father Enzo. I'll be sure to tell my father at the Baron what a fine job he was doing in Carmel.
Damn it!
I can see you'll have a great future. All right, off you go. Harper, don't be a stranger. I'll do my best. Harper said that, but the truth was she doubted the quiet day of prayer would be in her future anytime soon.
I just got paint all over my screen. Ugh.
Chapter 37.
Fantastic.
When Harper and Mila had gone, Maggie flipped the sign on the door to close before left the west. Tell me everything. Some of it he didn't mind telling her. He was actually pretty proud of rescuing Barrett, Tobias, and Levi. Slaying the ghouls had been
As good as it'll get.
killing the wizards.
The paint adds character to it.
They were also still living beings, and part of West Ball had the idea of killing them. A smaller part of him didn't
At least
think
it didn't get
would
on
be so
the-
easy for Harper to do what she did. But then he wasn't the one whose father had been murdered. West finally blew out a long breath and started talking. Maggie sat on her stool behind the counter and listened without comment until he got to the fight with the wizard and the hellhound. He glossed over both the amulet and his nightmares. Whatever she saw on his face gave away again. I said everything. Maggie glared at him the way she used to when he was first starting his lessons and claimed he understood some principle better than he really did. I took a second amulet off the dead wizard, West admitted. Every night since then, I've had nightmares where a demon that claims to be bound in the amulet's eye tells me I can have everything I want if I'll just set it free. Sounds like something a demon would say. Since there's no insane demon running around Parville, I assume you are smart enough to ignore its promises. I'm not sure ignore is the right word. West hated himself for what he was about to say. Some of what the demon told me sounded so good. If I was stronger, I could do more to help Harper. I know demons are evil, but using evil to defeat evil isn't wrong, is it? Yes, Maggie said in her typically blunt way. Any interaction with a demon, especially summoning and commanding one, risks tainting your soul. Some wizards take minor humans as familiars, and it does give them a power boost. Only the strongest willed ones can resist the temptation to summon another, stronger demon after they see what the first one did for them. After that, it's a downward spiral that ends with you becoming like the men Harper's hunting. Don't make her do to you what she had to do to the father. West grimaced and put a hand on his chest as he remembered the ghoul Dawson had become. He couldn't become a monster like that. Harper was strong, but losing one more person she cared about might be too much even for her. What should I do? West asked. Let me see the evidence. Maybe I can destroy it before anyone can use it to do something really stupid. West pulled the carefully wrapped amulet out of his pocket and set it on the counter. It had already blackened the once white cloth he used to keep it from touching the skin. Maggie shuddered. I can feel the wrongness of it already. She carefully unwrapped the bundle, making sure her skin didn't make contact with the amulet itself. When Maggie finished exposing it, West was reminded again how ugly the thing looked. The black iron skull seems to suck in the light around it, save for a faint glow from the crystal in its right eye. Maggie passed a hand over it, lightly brushing the amulet with ether. She immediately jerked her hand back as it burned. It's worse than I thought. This is hell-forged black iron. Just keeping it close to you corrupts the ether. No bloody wonder you've been having nightmares. Even without the demon trapped in it, having this nasty thing would mess with you. Harper and Wheeler seemed fine. They're not wizards, and so aren't sensitive to the ether the way you are. The first amulet you mentioned caused no issues. West pulled it out from under his tunic and laid it beside the first. It seemed like a pale imitation now that he saw them side by side. The black metal lacked the luster of the hell-forged iron, and the eyes were dull and empty. No, the one I took from the first cultist doesn't have the same feeling as the second. I don't know why. Maggie made an identical pass over the second amulet. I know why. The first is hell-forged black iron. The second is regular old iron someone stuck in a fire until it turned black. It has a very minor enchantment that I suspect has only one purpose: to let the wearer activate and deactivate the wards at the cult's base. You can wear that one or not, as you prefer. There's no danger. West nodded, feeling a bit better since he'd been wearing the same amulet for days longer than he'd been carrying the other. So can you destroy it? Not a chance. Now that I've seen it, I'm confident that the amulet is too powerful for you to deal with. Then what? Someone else will need to take care of the horrid thing. You can't leave it lying around where anyone might find it. Heaven knows what sort of mischief a wizard with less willpower than you might get up to with a demon under their control. West snapped his fingers. I was so wrapped up in the amulets that I forgot to show you the book I found in the tower ruin. I can't make heads or tails of it and didn't want to risk destroying any of the writing with the translation spell. He dug the book out of his satchel and set it on the counter. Though battered, some magic had preserved it in surprisingly good condition. Maggie flipped it open, paged through it, and closed it again. I don't believe in fate, but if I did, I'd say it was fate that you found both the amulet and this book. Can you read it? West asked. No, but I recognize the language. It's the writing alchemists use. Alchemists? They're refugees from the Celestial Empire. A group of them came to Colt's land a few decades after the Arcane Lords vanished. Montague's king at the time granted them asylum in exchange for them supporting the kingdom. They have a hidden village in the Great Forest to the northeast. If it's hidden, how do you know about it? West asked. Every year they send a small delegation to the capital with their annual tax. 100 of the finest healing potions. My master was in the city during a yearly visit. He had a chance to talk with one of them. A rather attractive lady, as it happens. You never met him, but my master fancied himself a lady king, and I suppose he was handsome enough. He received an invitation to visit, though whether he did or not after I completed my apprenticeship I can't say. Anyway, the alchemists will know how to destroy the amulet and read the book. But if their village is hidden, how will I find it? You won't. The royal family knows how to find it. You'll need to go to the capital and speak with them. Baron McLeod will be the perfect person to introduce you. Since you rescued his daughter, he should be grateful enough to oblige with a little polite coaxing. West's stomach churned. This was turning into something far bigger than just Harper's quest for revenge. He didn't feel up to it. He barely left Carville before this mess began, for heaven's sake. Don't underestimate yourself, Matthew said as it read in his mind. I know it sounds hard, and if I wasn't older than dirt, I'd take this responsibility off your hands. But the truth is, I'm in no shape to do anything more than run the shop and help out where I can here. You youngsters are going to have to carry this burden yourselves. Right. I need to talk to Harper. West waved at the captain. What should I do with this stuff? Leave them with me. I'll work up something that will hopefully let you carry the amulet without getting nightmares. She thrust a finger at him. But don't think that removes the temptation. As long as the amulet exists and you know about it, a little bit of you will think you can handle the demon, and that its power would be more help than hurts. I'm telling you right now, both of those things are wrong. You can never listen to that voice. It'll lead you down the road to hell. Literally. I got it, Maggie. Believe me, I do. I've never felt anything as nasty as the demon's touch on my mind. If I never feel it again, that would be fine. Maggie nodded, seeming satisfied. Good. Talk to Harper and make sure you visit your parents. They've been worried about you. I will. And thanks for everything. My mind is more at ease than it has been for some time. What else is a teacher for? West smiled at that and took his leave. A hot meal at the Bear would be just the thing. Figuring out how much to tell Harper about his dreams, on the other hand, would be another matter altogether. Chapter 38. 3 days on the road saw Harper and her companions within sight of the Baron's estate. The sprawling compound looked exactly like it had on their first visit, minus the ghouls. The mid-morning sun shone down on the many buildings and glinted off the guards' armor and spear tips. They paused for a moment at the top of the gentle slope that led to the southern gate. It seemed strange to be back again so soon. After their late lunch at the Bear and West's confession about the black amulet, she brought Mila home for the night. West got an invitation as well, but he wanted to see his parents before they left for the Baron's estate. And now here they were, about to complete at least the first part of their mission. Going to visit the village of alchemists West told her about was another matter. It sounded like something out of a story to Harper, but if Maggie said it was so, then it was. There were few people living that Harper trusted more than the old woman. Considering all West had done to help her in her quest for revenge, the least she could do was accompany him to the village. Destroying that cursed amulet would be an unquestionable good. Right. Time to stop playing around. Ready to see your father? Neither nodded. Very ready. Then let's go. Harper led the way down the slope. 15 minutes found them striding up to the gate. Mila hurried to the front of the group. After a moment of stupid staring, the 4 guards snapped to attention and saluted. One of the guards took a step forward. Lady Mila, this is a surprise. Your father will be so pleased to see you safe. He's been beside himself with worry. Who are these people with you? All 4 guards eyed Harper and West with suspicion at minimum. Not that Harper could blame them under the circumstances. Mila introduced them. Harper and West rescued me from the acolytes of darkness. If not for them, I'd still be locked in a cell in the dark. I'll thank you not to look at them as if you fear they might steal the good forks. The guard winced. Apologies, Lady Mila. It's our job to be suspicious of strangers, I think. Fair enough, Mila said. Would it be possible for us to enter and see my father? The guard struck a hand down his face. Clearly, he was not having a good day. Of course. Open the gate. It is good to have you home. It's good to be home. Mila led the way through the open gate, 2 of the guards following beside them. For her part, Harper was happy to let the young lady take the lead. She knew damn little about dealing with the nobility. Mom had tried to teach her manners before she died, but Harper had been less interested in them than she had her math lessons, and she hadn't been interested in them at all. What should we do when we meet your dad? West asked. The only noble I've ever met is Mayor Brady, and he was half drunk at the time. Mila laughed, for a moment sounding like the girl she was. My brother hardly counts as a proper noble, and if you met him only half drunk, you caught him on a good day. As for father, just be polite and answer his questions honestly. As long as you do that, I'm sure he won't complain. At the door to the residence, one of the guards clanked the knocker and backed away. A A minute later, the door opened, and a man in black robes so thin and sunken in that Harper nearly mistook him for an undead stepped out onto the porch. "Hello, Whist," Mila said. "Is father free?" The cadaverous fellow smiled, a more unnatural expression Harper had never seen, and said, "Even if he was busy, I'd interrupt him to let him know you were home and safe. Should I do otherwise, I'd soon be looking for a new job, if not busy the lash." After a quick, dismissive glance at Harper and West, Whist led them into the house. A few twists and turns down rather unremarkable halls brought them to a closed door. Whist knocked, then slipped inside. "I thought a baron's mansion would be fancier," West whispered. "Father's not fond of pointless decorations," Mila said. "Practicality and comfort are his bywords. He's gotten worse since mother died." "I can relate to that," Harper said. "As long as things were neat and tidy, Dad didn't care about much else. Not that he was home enough to worry about decorating. I fear I've inherited his preferences." The door burst open, and a man built like a warrior emerged and swept Mila off her feet, hugging her and kissing her cheek. "I feared I'd never see you alive again. Brannick be praised. It's a miracle." Mila hugged her father back, and a lump formed in Harper's throat. But she wouldn't give to hug her father one last time. West put a hand on her shoulder, and Harper covered it around. When the touching scene finally broke up, Mila said, "Father, let me introduce you to Harper and West. They freed me from the acolytes and escorted me until we got back safe. I am greatly indebted to them." Baron McLeod looked them over. His gray eyes hard and his expression, what you could see of it behind his beard, stoic. "We certainly do owe them. Step into my office, all three of you. This is a story I need to hear in detail." Harper bowed and marched into the room. Like everything else she'd seen, the room was utilitarian, with a desk, chairs, a bookcase, and little else. The Baron sat behind his desk and motioned Harper and her companions into the empty chairs in front of it. Mila sat in the middle between Harper and West. Whist stood behind the Baron, looking for all the world like a vulture waiting for someone to die. "All right," the Baron said without being. "Let's hear it. Those bastards took my little girl and forced me to betray my king and my country. I'm sure I will pay a price for my decisions. But first I'll see every last one of them put to the sword. My name is Harper Gale, and 2 of the wizards murdered my father, Dawson." "I knew Dawson," the Baron said. "We met when he first arrived as sheriff, and we spoke regularly. He seemed a decent, solid man, as expected of a ranger. My condolences for your loss." "Thank you, my lord." Harper told him everything that happened, with West chiming in with a magical detail here and there, including the amulet with the demon trapped inside. "And so, after getting my arm healed, we came here to return your belly. There's one more wizard that I need to kill. How many other members the cult might have, I can't begin to guess." "I don't know how many members the cult has myself," the Baron said. "I always dealt with the 2 we followed him. Quite bold of you to sneak into my estate and rescue those 2 men." "Majors never leave a man behind," Harper said. Baron McLeod laughed, a deep, booming sound that filled the room. "You're Dawson's daughter, and no mistake. Understand that I'm not upset. When morning came and they were gone, I was relieved that no more of my people would suffer at the hands of those lunatics." Harper didn't care if he was upset or not. She wouldn't have left Barrett and Tobias behind no matter what. "Will you introduce us to the king so we can get directions to the alchemist's village?" "No need for that," Barrett said. "I know the way." Harper's eyes widened in question. She certainly hadn't expected that. "Maggie said only the royal family and a few high-ranking nobles knew how to find the village," West said. "No offense, my lord, but I assume that meant the dukes." "Oh, I'm sure the dukes know. As for me, when I was younger, I was in the capital when the alchemist's representative came to the city with the yearly tribute. One of the man's guards was a lovely woman named Fanny. She was Mila and Brady's mother. When she died, I was given permission to return to the village to tell her parents. So, as you can see, we'll have no problem there. As soon as the cultists are dealt with, I'll guide you myself. It's the least I can do for you saving Mila. If you'll forgive me for saying so, my lord, neither Brady nor Mila have very exotic looks, to say. Brady has his mother's dark eyes. The Baron got a faraway look in his eye. Harper would have bet gold against copper he was picturing his late wife just then. Mila is the spitting image of my late mother. Any sign of Finn was hard to see. Harper and West broke off with a seated bow. We're very grateful for your offer to guide us, mother, Harper said. The Acolytes of Darkness's base is a few days west of here. I'm pretty sure it's outside your lands. Would that be a problem? No. I'm on excellent terms with Baron Lambton. If he's even aware of us crossing the border, a quick explanation will sort things out. I will need to send him a letter once it's done, but there's no need to concern yourselves about that. Harper nodded. When do we leave? First light tomorrow. Chapter 39. Maddox had been wandering the great forest for days. How many days he wasn't exactly sure. Enough that, had he the power, he would have happily burned every tree to ash. So far, he'd seen nothing that indicated a section of the forest was less than healthy. Certainly nothing that screamed blighted lands. He'd begun to believe the disembodied arm had sent him on a wild goose chase. He shook his head. That made no sense, and he recognized his impatience. The great forest was a huge area, and the directions he'd received were vague at best. If the entire team was here searching, that would speed things up. But even then, there weren't so many acolytes that they could quickly search the entire forest. A faint smile worked his lips when he thought about poor, dead Luca. The incompetent waste of magic wanted so badly to be something he hadn't the least inclination toward. Maddox had often wondered what prompted a weakling like Luca to join in the first place, but he didn't actually care enough about the answer to ask. He shrugged and turned his attention to the massive evergreens shading the ground. Each of them stood at least 200 feet tall, and were so big around all his undead together wouldn't have been able to get their arms around them. Clearly, there was nothing blighted about this section of the forest. Closing his eyes, Maddox sent ether out in every direction. If there was any corruption within half a mile, he'd sense it. Of course, it wasn't. The ether felt as pure here as any he'd ever worked with. And so he marched on, surrounded by his ghouls, and feeling as bored and frustrated as he ever had. His work with the stolen ritual did nothing to improve his mood. He'd mastered the first part of the process and felt like he understood the second. The problem was, he lacked the power to maintain the first while forming the second ethereal construct. How he could even begin the third and final process he had no idea. For all his confidence, right now Maddox was accomplishing every bit as much as his late, unlamented former partner. A few more hours of fruitless searching passed before he stopped for lunch. He barely pulled out one of his minimally palatable dried sausages when a faint vibration ran through the ether. He recognized the magic at once and dug out the message orb in the hope of good news. I've completed evacuating the ruined fortress. Everything is secured at the secondary base. Send progress upward. Maddox didn't consider having to abandon their base good news, but at least it had been done with no loss of resources. All things considered, that wasn't a terrible result. As for the update, that wouldn't take long. Still looking, no sign of connection. Message sent. Maddox got back to gnawing on his uninspiring lunch. As he chewed, one of the greater ghouls snuffled the air. That was new. The ghouls never reacted to animals, not unless Maddox sent them hunting. Only an approaching human or a magical threat would interest them. And what were the odds of running into someone out here? Long odds or not, Maddox meant to find out for sure. He closed his eyes and sent his sight flying up and out of his body in the direction the ghoul had been looking. 100 yards from where his body sat, a pair of humans, a man and a woman, both dressed in orange and gold robes, walked through the trees, peering left and right as if searching for something. Maddox shifted his vision to the ether, and sure enough, both of them had the telltale glow of wizards using magic. No way were wizards just randomly wandering around out in the middle of nowhere. His meal forgotten, Maddox sprang to his feet. I want the humans alive. Paralyze them, but do not kill them. The greater ghouls bobbed their heads, acknowledging his order. Circle around behind them and attack them by signal. The greater ghouls hurried away to get in position. Maddox strode toward where he spotted the humans. The lesser ghouls stayed well behind him out of sight. They were too weak and stupid to be of any use against wizards. Better to keep them as backup and out of the way. Maddox quickly spotted the pair in their brightly colored robes. They had deep bronze skin, lean builds, and dark hair and eyes. You seldom saw that particular combination of features in Montana. They spotted him a moment later and exchanged his range. Greetings, Maddox said. My name is Maddox Mays, and it's good to see a human face out here. Greetings to you as well, the man said without offering his name. What brings you to such a remote place? I'm a scholar of ancient magic. In my research, I came across the name The Blighted Lands, a general location. As is might happen with some things I came to investigate. So far, I've begun to think it's more legend than reality. The two shared a look, and Maddox had dealt with enough people trying to hide something to know exactly what it meant. The forest can be dangerous, the man said. It would be wise for you to return to civilization. Maddox sensed the ghouls getting closer. They weren't in position yet, so he decided to play along a little longer. Really? I've been wandering around for most of a week and have yet to see anything more dangerous than a small herd of deer. Unless you're threatening me. Not at all, the man said. There are brown bears, wolves, and the occasional mountain lion. We have also heard rumors of more unnatural things, demons and the like. Maddox smiled. It almost sounded offended that Maddox would suggest that he was making a threat despite the fact that he certainly was, albeit in a roundabout way. What about you two? Surely if it's dangerous for me, then it's also dangerous for you. We've lived here for many years and are familiar with the dangers. We know how to avoid things that would take you by surprise. Well, much as I appreciate your concern, I think I'll continue my search. No one ever found the great secret without facing some risk after all. The man took a step closer and his voice hardened. Ether gathered around him. Won't you reconsider? I don't think I will. With all their attention focused on him, Maddox gave the order. Now! The ghouls roared and charged from the rear. As soon as they did, both strangers spun to face them. Lightning glanced out, but greater ghouls could handle far stronger magic than their lesser cousins, and they shrugged the spells off. Maddox hit the man from behind with a 7-thread force blast that picked him up and slammed him into the trunk of the nearest tree. He slid to the ground and didn't rise. Shit! Did he kill the man? It was damned difficult to get information from the corpse. Not impossible, of course, but he preferred to save that for a last resort. His ghouls had the woman down, and one of them wrapped a clawed hand around her throat. Try anything else, Maddox said, and you'll wish you hadn't. She stiffened, and the ether around her dissipated. Good. Behave yourself while I check on your companion. Husband? Boyfriend? Lover? Help me out. She remained silent, and Maddox swallowed a sigh. He was going to have to torture the information out of them. That didn't surprise him, but it was disappointing. Unlike some of the more depraved acolytes, Maddox took no particular pleasure in hurting people. As far as he was concerned, Torture was just another tool to get what he wanted. He used it where it would serve and didn't give it another thought otherwise. When he reached the unmoving fellow, he was happily still breathing, though completely insensible. At Maddox's mental command, the lesser ghouls came loping closer. They grabbed the unconscious figure and dragged him into an open space between the giant trees. A single thread's worth of lightning to the genitals brought him quickly awake and screaming. The man jackknifed him in sitting position. He tried to form a spell, but Maddox smashed it apart. None of that? Not unless you want to watch my ghouls peel your hidden friend like an apple. Greater ghouls are surprisingly adept with their claws. I imagine you could get her arms and legs done before she died. What do you want? The man asked. I want to know where the blighted lands are, specifically the Oblivion Deep. Please don't waste both of our time claiming we don't know what I'm talking about. I saw the way you two looked at each other when I mentioned it earlier. You'd just kill us both anyway, she said. True, but I promised to stop your heart weakness. Rest assured that the alternative will be anything but. Better to die painfully and keep my honor. Both of us would rather die than tell you what you want to know. Maddox shrugged. Have it your way. He shaped the ether into a complex spell and smashed it into the man's head. He shuddered and frothed at the mouth. As the magic continued to do its work, he fell on his back and flopped around like a fresh-caught fish. Maddox watched the process impassively, keeping the flow of ether to the spell slow and steady. Extracting the information would leave the man's brain a little better than pudding. What are you doing to him? The woman asked. Shut her up. There was a loud crunch, then silence. It took another 10 minutes for the spell to run its course. When it finished, the information Maddox needed flowed into his mind. It seemed there was a little collective, only 10 now 8 people, working to purify and restore the blighted lands to healthy forests. Most interestingly, the people were all from the village of alchemists. Maddox had heard of it. Anyone at all involved with arcane matters knew about the refugees from the Celestial Empire. It simply surprised him that some of them would be here. He had always believed they seldom left their village. Interesting as the information was, it didn't really matter for his purposes. 8 people shouldn't be much of a challenge for his ghouls, especially once he transformed these 2. Maddox's enthusiasm had returned now that he had a definite target and some hope of actually completing the mission. Chapter 40. The trip back to the ruined fort took a good deal less time on horseback than it had on foot, especially since they didn't need to avoid detection. Not that 100 fully armed and armored soldiers would be much good at sneaking around. The Baron had proven a pleasant traveling companion, spending each evening after the group made camp chatting with Harper and West. No doubt their rescue of his daughter had made him well disposed toward the pair. Or maybe he just wanted someone to talk to other than a servant or soldier. Harper found the situation awkward, but did her best not to give offense. They reached the turnoff to the fort at mid-morning on a clear, chilly fall day. It was far too pretty out to be hunting cultists, but that was the job, and she meant to see it through. The force dismounted, and a handful of men remained behind to see to the horses. If you wish to stay here, Baron announced, I won't order you to come. The 2 of you have already done the kingdom, and my barony in particular of yourselves. Harper shook her head. I appreciate your consideration, but I need to finish what I started. My father won't be able to rest easy until all the bastards are dead. Pardon my language. The Baron chuckled. I've heard worse. You 2 stay in the center with me. I brought a pair of magical engineers from the estate. They should be able to handle anything we encounter. West pulled the amulet out from under his tunic. Not the one with the demon inside. That was locked in a magical box Maggie made and safely tucked away in vases. But he deemed that unwise. Completing the mission was all that mattered. He could entertain himself later. Beyond the gate waited a large open market, and past that, 2- and 3-story buildings that he assumed served as housing. Despite the lies he sometimes told, Maddox had never visited the capital, much less the college. He gave a little shake of his head and focused. A thread of ether slid into the amulet hidden under his robe, and at his mental command, shot back out to find Alizat's. Any wizard looking his way would be certain to notice one mounted to a giant, glowing arrow pointing deeper into the city. But he already had a plan should anyone ask. He'd just say he was looking for his long-lost brother. Resonance magic would be a perfectly reasonable way for a wizard to search for a family member, after all. Depending on how generously you define brother, it wasn't even alive. 10 minutes after leaving the gate, he was hopelessly lost. Happily, the magic remained strong and steady, pointing him toward a rougher section of the city. A few people were already out and moving around, unshaven, dressed in leathers, and generally looking less than prosperous. The locals eyed him with suspicion. Maddox eyed them right back with disdain. As long as they stayed out of his way, Maddox didn't care what they thought of him. In the end, no one troubled him, and he soon found himself standing outside a large apartment building. As he was trying to figure out exactly which unit Alizat called home, a pair of grubby workers hurried past him. Looked like the second floor. He went inside, found the flight of stairs, and climbed up. Down a short hall around the bed, and he found his tracking spell pointing right at a closed door. Smiling to himself at the ease of his success, Maddox hammered on the door. When he got no response, he hammered on it again. This time a muttered response was followed by stomping footsteps. When the door jerked open, he found himself face to face with a pale, overweight man in a gray robe. His long goatee was sprinkled with crumbs, and short hair with a receding hairline covered his head. Looking rougher than usual, Brother Alizat, Maddox said. Alizat blinked at him as if not fully believing what he was seeing. Elgin, what are you doing here? Perhaps we should discuss it inside. Though from the smell emerging from the apartment, Maddox wasn't certain he wanted to enter. Right. Alizat moved aside, and Maddox took a reluctant step through the door. Old meals and other filth covered every surface in the sitting room. Maddox's lip curled in disgust. Alizat had never been known for his fastidiousness, but this was vile. Did Morgoth send you to help me? I swear I'm doing everything I can to find the urn, but even gaining access to the castle is virtually impossible. I've tried all sorts of magic, but the castle is well guarded. Frankly, I'm at my wit's end. The end of Alizat's wits was a short trip indeed. Relax. You're not in trouble. A great deal has happened since you left on your mission. Is there anywhere less disgusting we might talk? Alizat whirled his hands around, and the ether responded, sweeping the trash up in a whirlwind and depositing it in the corner of the apartment. The chairs were now reasonably clean, and the two men sat facing each other. Maddox gave him a condensed update and concluded, at midnight, Morgoth is going to wipe out the city. Then we can just walk in and claim the urn. What are the odds of anyone noticing the ethereal marking I put it up now? Alizat just stared stupidly at him, clearly overwhelmed by everything that had happened. Maddox snapped his fingers right under the man's nose. Hey, focus. Right, sorry. It's just a lot to take in. I waited until sunset to cast your spell just to be safe. There are a few wizards among the city guards, and it is possible one of them might come by on patrol and see something. That's fine. What are the odds of me getting a cup of tea and something to eat? Or, I was planning to go to the market today. Is Serena really dead? Maddox ground his teeth. He'd gone longer than this without food plenty of times. Once more would have done, though it would put him in an even worse mood than usual. According to Morgoth, she can keep Luca company in asteroids hell. I've heard nothing from him, though I assume he's still searching for the alchemist's village. So you're the only one to complete your mission. I suppose congratulations are in order. I do have wine, which you have at last to celebrate our coming victory. Maddox shook his head. Wine on an empty stomach wasn't a good idea. Neither was spending a day in Alazad's company, but he'd survive. It was only until midnight after all. What could go wrong? Barrett Boyd hurried down the stairs with his friend Tobias on his heels. They'd lucked into temporary work at a warehouse loading and unloading wagons. The coin wasn't great, but at least it allowed them to contribute something in exchange for staying with Elias. The former ranger insisted it wasn't necessary, but Barrett hated the idea of being dead weight. Not to mention, sitting around day in and day out with nothing to do bored him to tears. Not that his new career was overly entertaining, but at least it got him out of the apartment. At the bottom of the stairs, he made a right and headed for the street exit. Barrett had barely emerged when he was forced to dodge around a figure in a gray robe. He didn't get a good look, but Barrett would never forget that bald-headed goatee. The man they just passed was the bastard that wanted to kill them before he settled for erasing their memories. Barrett made sure not to give away any sign that he recognized the wizard, hurrying away until he found an alley to duck into. "What are you doing, Barrett?" Tobias asked. "We're already late." "We're going to be later. That was one of the wizards we just passed." Tobias's eyes widened. "One of the ones that killed Dawson?" "Yup. We're going to see where he goes and tell Elias so he can get a bunch of guards together to arrest him." "I thought Harper was going to deal with him." "Looks like that didn't work out. Though his buddy is missing. Maybe Harper got him and this one escaped. Don't matter much right now." Barrett looked around the corner in time to watch the wizard enter their apartment building. "Come on. This is a really bad idea, Barrett." He couldn't argue with that, but if the wizard was here, it meant trouble. "Stay here then. I won't be long." Tobias grabbed his arm, but Barrett pulled away and marched back the way he'd come. Not rushing or hurt, just like a man that forgot his lunch or something and had to return home. Inside, he paused and listened. There were footsteps on the stairs to the second floor. No one else had entered, so it had to be the wizard. Wherever he was going, it was on the second floor. That was enough detail for Barrett. He wanted to know exactly where the wizard was going a good deal less than he wanted to risk getting caught. He nearly leapt out of his skin when Tobias put a hand on his shoulder. "I got nervous. You just shortened my life by a year. You went to the second floor. We can tell Elias and he can have the guards search the entire floor. No need for us to get any closer." Tobias nodded eagerly with that, just as Barrett knew he would. Neither of them wanted anything to do with those wizards, and only Barrett's fear of what he might be up to convinced him to do this much. They made the turn to the apartment they shared with Elias. Barrett pushed the door open and found Elias smoothing his uniform. The former ranger looked from Barrett to Tobias and back. "Did you guys forget something?" "Worse," Barrett said. "We passed one of the wizards that killed Dawson. He's here, in this building, somewhere on the second floor." Elias's jaw dropped a fraction. "You're absolutely certain?" "I'm not likely to forget that son of a bitch's face anytime soon." It was him. Why he's here I couldn't tell you, but you can be sure it's not for anything good. Shit. At least I'm working with Octavia today, so if I run a little late, she won't give me any grief. Elias ran a hand through his close cropped hair. "Okay, I'm going to talk to the local guard commander. I don't know him personally, but during our previous encounters, he struck me as a competent professional. At a bare minimum, he'll send someone to investigate." Barrett nodded. "I'm sure he knows to send plenty of people. Half a dozen guards won't last long against a wizard. Guess we'll head to work." Elias shook his head. "Don't. Go to the plowman. I've got a sick feeling and I've learned to trust him. If everything goes to hell, we'll meet up there." Fine with me, Barrett said. He felt bad about just ditching work, but in the end it made little enough difference. Be careful. Don't worry about me. As soon as I make my report, I'm headed for the castle. I want to talk to Octavia, and hopefully I can get word to Jackson as well. Brannick willing, we'll all meet you at the plowman after my shift. What we can do about the current situation is another matter altogether. Elias hurried out and Barrett followed at a more sedate pace. Is this okay? Tobias asked. If nothing happens, we'll be out of a job. If the worst thing that happens today is us losing jobs we hate, I'll consider that a victory. Deep down, Barrett knew there was no possibility he'd get that luck. Chapter 11. The city was coming to life as Elias made his way toward the district guardhouse. Workers of all sorts were emerging from their homes to make the trek to their place of employment, all of them blissfully unaware of the danger that had arrived in the city. Elias envied them their ignorance. Were it within his power, he'd have happily forgotten everything Barrett had told him. He swallowed a lungful of cold morning air. No, that was a lie. Much as he hated the mess he found himself in, it was better to at least have some hope of making a difference. Whether that hope came to anything or not was a different matter. Turning down a seldom used street, Elias was nearly run over by a squad of guards jogging at high speed away from their guardhouse. He stared at their backs. Nothing was burning, and no one was screaming. So what the hell could have motivated them to move that quickly? The city guards had many good qualities, but an excess of ambition usually wasn't one of them. Offering a silent prayer to Brannick that some other, even greater threat hadn't appeared in the city, he continued on to the guardhouse, a two-story building nearly as sturdy as a fort. There was no line of people outside waiting to complain about some minor disagreement. That was a bad sign. The complainers would be there unless the guards told them off, and they seldom did so since it pissed off the locals who assumed, rightly, that the guards were there to listen to their complaint. He crossed the street and pushed through the unlocked doors into a large open area with a half wall blocking access. A single guard sat behind it, his fat face ruddy and covered with sweat. He took one look at Elias and bared his teeth. We're in the middle of an emergency here. Come back tomorrow. I have something important to report, Elias said. I'm a soldier assigned to the castle armory. This is serious. From the castle, you say? The guard's attitude softened a fraction. If there was one thing that always got people's attention, it was mention of his employer. Let's hear it. I spotted a dangerous wizard in my neighborhood. He's responsible for at least one death and likely more. What his business is in Montague City, I can't say, but I am certain it's not good. A wizard. Does he have a black skull anywhere? The guard on duty had gone from vaguely dismissive to all ears. Did Barrett mention something like that during one of their many conversations? Elias was pretty sure. That's right. He's holed up in a second-floor apartment in my building. I'm not sure which one, since I didn't want to move too close and get caught. The guard turned toward the rear of the building. Elias forgot. Commander! We've got a lead. One of the closed doors along the back wall slammed open, and a burly man in a uniform not that dissimilar to Elias's quick marched to the front of the room. This fellow saw a wizard carrying an amulet that matched the description sent by the castle. Where and when? The guard commander asked. Elias repeated everything Barrett had told him. I didn't follow him to see exactly which unit he went to, but it's on the second floor. How do you know he's a wizard? Elias explained about the attack and murder of Dawson. When he finished, the commander narrowed his eyes. So you're only repeating what you heard. You're not a first-hand witness. As a soldier, I assumed I'd have a better chance of getting the news to someone quickly. My friend is a good man, but as common as they come. And you imagined that him being a commoner would affect how we treated him? Elias swallowed a laugh. Are you saying it wouldn't have? The commander's lips peeled back in a little snarl, but he couldn't say it. No, much as I wish it were otherwise. Give us your address and we'll check it out. Orders from the castle make this our top priority. Elias did so, then added, I'm on my way to the castle now. I'll spread the word and hopefully get you some extra help just in case. Much obliged. But I think we can handle one man, wizard or not. I pray to Brand that you're right. He murdered my commanding officer, and I'd be most pleased to see him hanged for it. Elias offered a salute and hurried out of the guardhouse. He'd taken care of part of his duty. Now to get to the armory and find Octavia. It took a little longer to reach the castle today since he was coming by an unfamiliar route. But soon enough, the gate guards were waving him through. Both of them looked tense, their faces pale and the eyes dark. Clearly, whatever order had the guards on edge had been given to the castle soldiers as well. Elias wanted details, but had yet to run into anyone either evil or willing to offer them. Crunching across the snow to the armory, he passed dozens of soldiers running here and there, all of them armed despite being on the ground and not at a post. The chaos was making him wish for a sword of his own, even though he had no idea who he might use it on. The massive armory doors were wide open, and people were busy scurrying around the many suits of giant armor. It looked like when the princes had their duel, only all the suits were getting attended to, not just a pair. Chief Reed was overseeing things himself. Since this was his day off, that couldn't be a good sign. Keeping his distance, Elias looked around and soon spotted Octavia standing beside a marked pool. She was staring at its chest, though why was unclear to him. No doubt the answer involved magic. He strode over, making sure to stomp his boots so he wouldn't take her completely by surprise. He was a few strides away when she turned to face him. Her smile made her otherwise plain face light up. Maybe no one would agree, but she was beautiful to him. You're late. She looked around and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. It's been a crazy morning. You're telling me. Is there somewhere we can talk? Some things have happened that you need to know about. No, Ian's on the warpath and I need to finish checking this unit's power crystal. Orders came down to be ready for full deployment in a moment's notice. Can you listen and check at the same time? I really need your advice. Sure. Stand behind the unit's right leg and I'll block you the best I can. Her gaze shifted back to the suit of armor. Elias moved to stand where she'd sat and laid out everything that had happened since he spoke with Barrow. Anyway, whatever's going on has the guards in an uproar. That crazy wizard being in the city has me nervous, and I have no idea what I should do about it. Word is the High Priest of Brannick received an oracle last night. There's a dark force headed for the city tonight, and someone with a black skull amulet is mixed up in it. I'll wager copper to platinum that's your wizard. Maybe we'll get lucky, and the guards will grab him and end the threat. And I say maybe because if the problem was that easily fixed, I doubted Archangel would have gotten directly involved. Nothing Octavia just said did anything to make Elias feel better about the situation. What should I do? I don't know that there's anything you can do. When we're finished for the day, we can go to the plowman together and try and come up with a plan. Other than that, just help out however you can for now. Elias was afraid she was going to say that, but there was nothing for it. With no better option, we got to work. Chapter 12. A desperate and disgusting search through Alazan's kitchen turned up a legal-free biscuit and half a smoked sausage. It said something about how hungry Maddox was that this struck him as an edible breakfast. A quick slice of his dagger removed the chewed-on end of the sausage, and he dug in. Halfway through the biscuit, Maddox heard the clunk of boots outside. Sounded like a lot of boots. Maddox closed his eyes and extended his sight out through the door. Around the bend, he found a force of 20 heavily armed men in guard uniforms. One of them stared right at Maddox's construct. They had a wizard with them. Great. There was no way they were here by coincidence. Shit. He released the spell and quickly polished off his breakfast. He was going to need all his strength. Alazan! A rumbling snore greeted his shout. The fat idiot had fallen asleep in his chair. Grumbling to himself, Maddox stalked into the living room and kicked the chair over, occupant and all. Alazan sputtered and stared up at him. What's the big idea? Guards are coming, and they've got at least one wizard with them. Alazan scrambled to his feet. How could they have found this place? How should I know? We need to get ready for a fight, assuming you don't want to surrender. That wouldn't end well for us. Alazan stood and turned toward the apartment's sole bedroom. Let me grab my satchel and I'll be set. Do you have a plan? Kill the guards and find an inn to hold up in until midnight. Alazan nodded. Works for me. It took only seconds for Alazan to return, a heavy leather satchel over his shoulder. During those brief moments, the thud of boots grew louder. The wizard that spotted his construct must have noticed the thread connecting it to his eyes. His spying had been right here. Oh well, Maddox had never been one to shy away from a fight. I'll leave. You finish off any stragglers. No survivors. We don't want to be trapped. I'm not an idiot, Elgin, and this isn't my first fight. Right. I'm used to dealing with Luca, so you'll have to make allowances. The thud stopped right out front. Come out with! Maddox conjured a fist of pure ether and slammed it into the door, blowing it out into the hall and the guards outside. Threads shot out and lightning followed. Screams and the stink of seared flesh filled the air. Maddox stepped into the hall and kicked the thrashing guard in the head with all his might, crushing the man's skull. Smoke rose from still twitching bodies. There was no way it would be over that quickly. The thought barely entered his mind when a targeting thread shot out at him from around the corner of the hall. He blew it away and countered with more lightning. The wall exploded, sending jagged shards of wood flying. Behind him, Alazan was busy finishing off the surviving guards. Is there another way out of here? Maddox asked. What about killing them all? We're too exposed here. They're using the building as a shield, and I can't see them to accurately attack. Maddox smashed another incoming threat. If that was the best the enemy wizard could do, Maddox wasn't worried. At least he wasn't until half a dozen more guards came charging around the corner. When he tried to attack, the guard wizard stepped into view and blocked Maddox's targeting threads. Fine, if that's the way he wanted it. Maddox blew a hole in the floor directly in front of the charging guards, one of whom fell into it. 7 of Maddox's targeting threads shot out, and this time 3 got through. He shifted the power from the blocked threads and used it to blast the 3 guards he reached, killing 2 instantly and sending another twitching to the floor. Fall back! The guard wizard shouted. Not waiting for the survivors, he disappeared around the bend in the hall. Flames shot over Maddox's head as Alazan struck down the guards attempting to flee. When the roar faded, Maddox ran after the fleeing wizard, careful to keep his vision shifted to the ether lest he walk into a trap. At the corner, he peeked around and found nothing but an empty passage. If his quick count was right, there was 1 guard unaccounted for. Maddox would bet a great deal that the missing man was on his way to collect reinforcements right now. What now? Alazan asked. I doubt running away and hiding will work. He was right, damn thing. And if they didn't have a secure spot to hide, Maddox couldn't conjure the ethereal marker he needed to keep out the wraiths. Where did you leave your ghouls? Maddox asked. At the bottom of a pond in a park outside the city. Why? Hiding here isn't going to work. That means we need to get out of the city and collect reinforcements of our own. Morgoth is attacking here, so even without the barrier, we should be safe outside the walls. Those weren't his orders, Alazan said. His orders were to make contact and get somewhere safe. Morgoth said nothing specific about staying in the city. And even if he did, I have no interest in fighting however many guards and soldiers the powers that be plan to send against us. I could kill scores, but even that wouldn't make a dent in their numbers. Good point. I came from the west and that's where the park is. Northgate is the nearest exit. Let's head there and swing around. Alazar took the lead and Maddox was happy to let him. He had to know the city better after all. At the bottom of the steps, Alazar paused and glanced out the door. Uh-oh. What? Maddox brushed him aside and looked out. Dozens of guards were pouring into the area, while one man waved at the apartment building. From the ethereal glow around his body, that had to be the wizard. Or worse, another one. No chance of getting out that way. Where's the back wall? Maddox asked. This way. Alazar led him down another empty hall. A little ways ahead, a door opened, and a woman stuck her head. She took one look at Maddox and Alazar before slamming the door shut again. It heartened him to know that there were still sensible people in the world. Alazar stopped and pointed at a blank section of wall. This is it, but there's no door on this side of the building. Good. Hopefully they'll think they don't need to guard this side. Maddox conjured an ethereal circle and set it to spinning, adding power as he did. When it touched the wall, it sliced a perfect disc out of it. No guards were visible outside. An invisibility spell settled around Maddox and Alazar, and he led the way out. Alazar had sense enough not to speak, as voices coming from nowhere would kind of defeat the point of being invisible. On the other hand, he didn't want to get separated either. Lead the way to take your time, Maddox whispered. Ahead of him, Alazar was distinguishable as a faint, ethereal glow. That was the downside of an invisibility spell. Unless you went to a lot of extra trouble, it only hid you from people that couldn't see you either. That was most people. But when you were being hunted by wizards, most wasn't necessarily good enough. No shouts rang out as they jogged through the busy streets. The locals paid them no attention, going about their business in blissful ignorance. One advantage of operating in a city was the abundance of potential hostages, assuming the guards were willing to risk 2 wizards going free to save a single person. That seemed like a long shot to Maddox. Alazar came to a stop, and Maddox grimaced. What the hell was the problem? He stepped around the bigger man for a look, and frowned. The gate was closed, and it looked like at least 50 guards were standing in front. A closer study revealed at least 2 glowing in the ether. 2 wizards backed up by 50 guards was a big task even for them. Maddox felt reasonably confident that they could beat them. But even if they did, they'd be so exhausted even ordinary soldiers would have no trouble taking them down. Can we get up on the battlements? Maddox asked. There are stairs, but they'll be guarded. Hopefully not this time. Let's go. Alazar turned and started down an alley that led away from the main road. A cat hissed as they passed, probably able to smell them even if it couldn't see them. Maddox ignored it and kept his senses peeled for pursuit. There was no way someone hadn't figured out how they escaped by now. Any second, he expected angry armed men to come running up their backs. By some miracle, they reached a heavy-duty set of stairs that led up to the battlements before their hunters found them. A squad of 10 guards blocked access, but there was no wizard to see. Perfect. I can take 7, Matthew said. Can you get the other 3? We'll use iron vine
just fit over there.
throats. I want to do this as quietly as
You can set it in my chair. Thank you.
Of course I can take 3 of them. What sort of weakling do you take me for? Alazar sounded genuinely offended, not that Maddox cared. We've never worked together, he pointed out. How am I supposed to know your capabilities? I guess that's right. Say when. Maddox gathered power and ran it through his iron ring. Now! Their threads shot out, and the guards went rigid. Maddox drew his dagger and hurried over. 7 threads was close to his max, and he didn't want to hold the spells any longer than necessary. Fortunately for him, cutting a throat didn't take long, and soon all 10 men were bleeding out on the cobblestones. He took a moment to catch his breath, then started up the stairs. They creaked and clunked so loudly that he nearly released his invisibility spell. The guards on patrol would have to be deaf not to hear them. And sure enough, at the top he spotted 4 men, swords drawn, looking everywhere for the source of the noise. Maddox didn't even have a chance to act before Alazar hit them all with binding spells. He was turning out to be so much more useful than Luca that Maddox felt a little bad about comparing them. After pausing long enough to finish off the guards, Maddox leapt over the battlements. Rapidly rotating ether slowed his fall, and he landed easily at the base of the wall. Alazar joined him a moment later, and they set out for the distant woods. They only made it about 30 strides when someone shouted, "There they are! Fire!" Arrows arced in, landing all around them, but none getting especially close. A wizard must have shown up and spotted them. That being the case, invisibility was less valuable than a shield, and Maddox altered his magic appropriately. The rain of arrows instantly became more accurate, though no more dangerous than a spring rain. More unintelligible shouts came from the wall, but he ignored them. A few more minutes and he'd be out of range. "Ah!" Alazar stumbled beside him, an arrow jutting from his back. Maddox grabbed his arm to keep him from collapsing. Not so much because he cared what happened to Alazar, as because he didn't know exactly where to find the ghouls. There was no doubt in his mind that more soldiers would be coming, and when they did, he was going to need more than his magic to fend them off. "How bad is it?" Maddox asked. "Bad enough," Alazar growled. "You must have found a thin spot in my shield." "How far to the park?" "We need to swing right, but first let's get to the tree line and away from the Astaroth cursed arrows." The barrage had pretty much stopped at this point, but Maddox chose not to argue. He would be happy to get out of sight at least. Maybe they'd luck out and lose the guards. He snorted at his own foolishness. Given how many of their fellows Maddox had killed, there was no way they'd just give up. When they passed between the first row of trees, Alazar groaned and grabbed the trunk of a spruce. "Pull it out. I've got enough power to seal the wound." Maddox probed the arrowhead, and as he feared, they were wrong. It took little enough effort to bend back the barbs and push the flesh away from the metal. Well, it took little effort on his part. From the noises Alazar was making, the procedure was taking a toll. After half a minute of adjusting, Maddox pulled the arrow out. "There, you're all set." Alazar snorted at that, and soon an ethereal glow formed around the rather ugly gash in his upper back. As far as Maddox could tell, the arrow hadn't gone in deep enough to hit anything vital, but it had to hurt like hell. While his temporary partner worked, Maddox took a peek back at the city with his extended sight. No sign of pursuit yet. That was a small comfort. "I'm done. Let's find the ghouls so I can rest." Maddox liked that plan. When he turned back, he found Alazar had stitched his wounds shut with ethereal thread. It was an interesting technique, one Maddox had never seen before. He just hoped it didn't split open when Alazar fell asleep, or more likely passed out. The two men set out with Alazar in the lead. The walking was easy in the little patch of woods, and they made good time, finally emerging in a park that was basically a pond surrounded by a patch of grass. Alazar slumped to the ground, his back to a fair-sized maple. "They're in the pond." Looked like controlling the undead would fall to him, and that suited Maddox fine. Given the option, he would always choose to be in control. Pulling the black iron amulet out from under his robe, he channeled ether into it, then sent his will into the water. Soon enough, a dozen dripping humanoid figures emerged and stalked toward him. They were all lesser ghouls, unfortunately, but even so, they'd be a match for 3 times as many ordinary humans. He ordered them to form a defensive perimeter around the park, then sat beside Alazar. Just a matter of waiting now. Maddox took the speaking sphere of Morgoth. They reached the entry hall just as a shadowy shape moved through. The creature, one of the raids Jack felt circle, slashed its claws through the torso of the right-hand guard, and then collapsed, his body rigid, his face painted, and his eyes open and staring at nothing. His partner on the left ran the raid through with the spear. The undead flew right up the shaft like an enraged boar and killed the second guard as easily as it did the first. With a roar, Lockwood charged. His movements were sharp, and his enchanted sword a blur as he slashed the raid half a dozen times in a second. One of the blows must have hit its core, as the raid dissolved in black smoke. If the raids had made it this far, the city must be in shambles. Marshall took a knee and made the sign of the inverted sword over the dead guard as he mumbled a prayer. A faint white glow surrounded both of them, and Marshall bowed his head. Jack strode between his father and Marshall and shoved the double doors open. Beyond the outer wall, the city looked completely dark. He squinted. There were a few lights out there, but nowhere near as many as there should be. Jack didn't like to think about what that meant would be. His father briefly squeezed his shoulder before leading the group to the right toward the armory. The sun sword glowed in his hand, shedding enough light to make the walking easier. If the magical engineers were still in the castle, that was where they'd be. Behind him, Jack heard Lochner ask, "Why did you bless those men?" "To keep them from rising as undead themselves. Their bodies have now been purified by Brennan's grace, and no evil magic will be able to defile them." That was good. But given how many people lived in the city, the priests were going to be awfully busy if they planned to bless everyone's body. The group rounded a bend that led to the armory just in time to see a bolt of lightning flash through the night. Looked like at least one of the wizards was still here. A wraith darted into the light as if out of nowhere. Father cut it down before Jack even had time to react. Unlike his and Lochner's swords, the sun sword only needed to make contact with the wraiths to destroy them. Pity they didn't have a dozen of the wondrous weapons. Father stopped 10 strikes from the armory, and they made a defensive circle. "Hello! If anyone's alive in there, show yourself at once." A rather nervous-looking fellow in a green robe poked his head at the armory door. "Majesty?" "Chief Reed," Finn Bright. "Are the other magical engineers with you?" "Always." "Go. It's been a long day. We finally completed all the preparations for activating the magical armor. I sent them home to rest." Father growled. "That is not what I was hoping to hear. Are you alone?" "Yes, Majesty. The Red Knights are deployed throughout the city. They have enough power in their crystals to operate here. May I ask what's going on?" "Long story, Thomas. We are on our way to the Temple of the Dragon. Come along, and I'll throw you in the way." Chief Reed emerged fully from the armory, an iron rod clutched in his hand. He hurried over, and the group, now one larger, headed for the main castle gate. As they walked, Father told the chief how things stood. Jack had heard it all many times, but hated it. Instead, he kept his head on a swivel as he searched for red eyes or movement of any sort. "How many more lightning bolts can we manage?" Lochner asked. "3, maybe 4 by this backlash," Chief Reed said. "Preparing the army to a great deal out of it. I'll be back to full strength after engagements." If they saw another day, Jack figured they'd be doing good. Getting a chance to rest seemed far too optimistic. When they reached the gate, the portcullis was already up. The guards on duty, unfortunately, were lying on the ground, stiff as boards, their faces twisted in horror. Jack would be happy to never see that expression again. Marshall paused long enough to offer a quick prayer to purify their bodies. Then they were on the move again. On the main street that led to the temple, bodies of soldiers lay unmoving on either side. The many patrols that usually kept the area safe had accomplished nothing beyond feeding the graves. Jack did his best not to look too closely at the dead. "How will Montaigne come?" Lochner asked. "Our ancestors survived close," Father said. "They made it through and so will we. One day at a time, one monster at a time. We will reclaim our city and avenge our people. Father sounded as grim and determined as Jack had ever heard of. If he could somehow summon half his father's willpower, Jack would be going well, and he would find it. The people wouldn't just look to Father for leadership. Jack and Lockwood would have to step up as well. By some miracle, it would reach Braddock's temple without encountering any more of the raids. Jack allowed himself to hope that they weren't that many of them. A few dozen wouldn't be so hard to deal with. A few thousand, on the other hand, would be a serious problem. Marshall pounded on the temple door. Open up quickly! A moment later, a warrior of men in a black tabard bearing Braddock's sword pulled the door open. Lord Marshall, I think Braddock was something. Come inside. The priests had done something to keep the monsters away, and survivors have been arriving in small groups. No one knows what to tell them or what to do. Marshall strode through first, then Father raised Jack and Lockwood in the temple. Jack had barely taken a step when a moan of pain made him spin back around, just in time to watch Father collapse, a dark wall protruding from his stomach. No! Jack lunged, grabbed the sun's sword, and slashed it through the wraith. An instant later, Lockwood was at his side, and together they pulled Father into the temple. Marshall knelt beside him and placed his hand over Father's back. He's still alive, but only just. The sun sword must have offered some protection from the wraith's life-draining touch. Let's get him to one of the healing rooms. Is he going to make it? Lockwood asked. I don't know. The fact that he survived the wraith's touch in the first place is a miracle in itself. I'll do all I can. But I thought the other priests did something to keep the wraiths away, Jack said. The rage burning in his heart nearly overwhelmed him. The ward only protects the temple. Your father is still outside when he was struck. Marshall made a complex motion with his hands, and the golden cocoon formed around Father. Save your energy and your wrath for the people actually responsible for what happened. Jack took a slow, deep breath and tried to center himself like Father had been teaching him. Marshall was right, of course. The lesser priests weren't responsible for sending these monsters into the city, and they were all doing their best to keep the temple safe. Jack could hardly go around screaming at them. I'll get his chest, Lockwood said. You get his legs. Jack nodded, and together they carried their father to an empty room with a simple cot and stool as the only furniture. They laid him down, and Marshall sat beside the cot. This is going to take a little while, Marshall said. You two can wait outside. It was less a request and more of an order. Jack couldn't stand looking at Father like this anyway, and was happy to obey. In a hall outside, they found Chief Reed pacing and chewing on a stump. Immediately hurried over to Jack. It's His Majesty. Father still lives, and Marshall is doing all he can to keep it that way. We need to figure out what we're going to do once he finishes. I'm far from an expert on magic, but I assume the priests can't maintain this work forever. Certainly not, Chief Reed said. Priestly magic is different than the sort of magic wizards use. But even so, the risk of backlash for overuse remains the same. How many other priests are there? 5, Martin said. Jack glanced at his brother and raised his eyebrow. I've been training here for weeks, remember? I've met everyone. Please don't ask me to name them all. 5 priests showed me. Chief Reed tucked his chin. I'd say sometime after midnight their power will run out. That's just a guess, Mr. Jack nodded. Midnight wasn't that far away, and if Father hadn't recovered, everyone would be looking to him for leadership. The thought made his throat close up in his face. He wasn't ready. Lockwood let him on the shoulder. We're in this together. I'll help however I can. Some of the pressure in Jack's chest was low. Having his brother at his side would help. Hopefully, it would be enough to get them all in this mess alive. Chapter 20. Barrett swallowed the carnage on display as they walked down the silent street. He stopped counting the bodies 3 blocks away. There seemed to be no movement. He didn't know how many people called Montague City home, but he suspected far too few of them were going to survive the night. None of the little group had spoken to us in years, saying anything seemed disrespectful to him. He felt a glance behind him at the line of people strung out behind the rise. There hadn't been a raid for typhus in Ox. He had no idea that the creatures had learned to fear Octavia and Montague. Somehow he assumed that the idea of fear was a foreign one.
This taller purple is a mix of Beastly Brown from Vallejo, Dead White from Vallejo, and Royal Purple from Vallejo. And I mixed that up, and I added water with Dawn dish soap. I did 3 drops of Dawn dish soap in my water. That helps it drop into the blocks the surface tension, so it will flow better. These 2 are glaze. I used Vallejo glaze medium with flat red, and Vallejo glaze medium with the mix. And I'm glazing here, anywhere around the bumps. I started glazing, and I'm glazing around the tentacles and stuff. I'm going to continue doing that. But I just started to see what it looked like. I'm glazing here around the tentacles.
They all lead to the same destination. Leaving the fallen armor behind, Elias turned right and stopped crossing. 10 rays floated directly in front of him. The glowing red eyes focused on Elias and his light. Barrett tried to swallow him. How were they going to get around this much? Octavia, Elias asked, as well as Scott. Suggestions. She moved to the front of the line to join them. After a moment, she asked, why don't we just do that? 10 of them could overrun us in seconds. The question had to be rhetorical, since if she didn't know, none of them would. I have no idea, Elias answered. But I'd like to get out of here before they decide to do something other than claw chase. Is there another way around? Elias stared at her. No need to backtrack and block and take a different side street. Whatever they were going to do, Barrett wished they'd get on with it. He felt like a sitting duck out here in the middle of the street. Finally, Elias edged away from the race and led the group back the way they'd come. It didn't take long to reach the previous side street. Unfortunately, they found they were blocked by 10 more raids. The same 10, or 10 new ones, he wasn't sure. He also thought it mattered. What the hell's going on? The American question. Barrett was wondering exactly that, and from the looks on their faces, sooner Elias and Octavia. We best think of something quick before people totally panic and just start running. It's like they're trying to hurt us somewhere, Tobias said. Agreed, Elias said. It's the where and why that concerns me. Is there any chance we can fight past them? Octavia shook her head. You've got 2 shots left. Even if they lined up for me, that's not enough to destroy them again. For now, I think we need to play along. Barrett didn't like that plan in the least, and it seemed he wasn't the only one. One of the men broke from the group and burned them. It didn't take long for him to vanish over the night. The moment after Barrett lost sight of him, a tone stood right out. As if he knew confirmation of what happened, a pair of red eyes appeared in the darkness. The threat was clear and unmistakable. Run and die. You all something, Tobias muttered. Much as he wanted to reassure his friend, Barrett was forced to admit that he was probably right. No one else took the chance to run, and soon the group was moving. At the next intersection, the raids once again waited to block them. That continued for 3 more blocks before finally a side street opened up. Elias ignored it and kept going straight. This time, the race appeared in front. Right. No denying it now. They were definitely being hurried towards something. Elias turned back and took the side street. I'm not familiar with this part of the city, Octavia said. Where are we? The merchant section, Elias said. Mostly businesses and warehouses. Why the hell would they want us here? No one had an answer for that. Elias turned right and walked about 50 feet before more waves appeared in the path. The undead shifted, creating a wall that ran to a warehouse that had an open front door. The place wasn't all that different from the one where Barrett and Tobias wrote the sign for looking a bit bigger. If the inside was the same, it would be nothing but a sprawling, open space filled with crates and boxes. Sure enough, they found exactly that inside. But that wasn't all they found. There was also a group of people sitting or standing near the center of the warehouse. There had to be a publisher. It didn't take a genius to figure out where the race wanted them, so Elias marched right over to the group. Everyone looked up at their bench, most apathetically. A haggard-looking woman in a torn smock and stained apron separated herself from the group and hobbled over. From the way she favored her right side, Barrett assumed she'd either hurt herself or was suffering from arthritis. They got you folks too, huh? She asked. Yes, ma'am, Elias said. I don't suppose you have any clue why they headed us here. Can't say as I do. My group was making its way to the temple of the goddess in the hope of finding shelter. I can't guess how many blocks we passed on our way. When them things appeared in front of us, I figured that was it. But they didn't attack. Instead, they blocked every path save the one they wanted us to take. We finally ended up here. Nothing much wrong. You all are the 4th group you were on. That matches what happened to us, Elias said. I suppose our only choice, at least for now, is to sit here and wait to see what they plan to do with us. We won't have to wait too long, Octavia said. Groups can't function in daylight. Whatever's going to happen, it will likely happen before then. This was one time Barrett wouldn't have minded anything that happened. Chapter 21. The streets of Blockade City were silent and empty. Everything save corpses. Maddox strode along the main street behind Borgoff. Salazar brought up the rear, complaining bitterly about his ruin for each step. Maddox seriously debated whether he was just shut him up. If they ever found anyone living, he might just do that. And the honor guard of 10 rates surrounded him. They could barely make them out against the darkness. They looked like concentrated figures of corruption outlined by a dark purple aura in his magical vision. He didn't know exactly what that aura meant, and wasn't eager to expose his ignorance by asking for details. As long as they obeyed Borgoff, nothing else mattered to him. The city is largely secure, Borgoff said, so there's no need to be nervous. What does largely secure mean? Salazar asked. There are a few prophets holding out against my witness, but it's only a matter of time before the ones protecting those locations run out of stamina. As well explained, the main areas of resistance are the temples. Priestly magic is highly effective if you endure it. The castle is fully suppressed, so we can proceed there and retrieve the third urn immediately. Then, Maddox asked, have you gotten word from Nurgle about the alchemist's location? No. What things? Borgoff didn't even look back as he spoke. Bastard. After a few blocks, Maddox finally asked, do you intend to share the plan with the rest of us? If you like. I order the raids to spare the princes. If your capital city was destroyed, your father killed, and your kingdom threatened by an enemy with you, where would you go? The Dukes? I was uncomfortable. Warlock snorted. Their troops would be of no more use against my raids than the unlucky fellows living in the city. But the new king needs his logical help, and given this kingdom a shortage of prisoners, there's only one place to begin. The outcasts. The race will harass them, force them to move, giving them too much conflict. One conflict, the East will guide us straight to the hidden village. And if they don't, that's perhaps more to give Morgoth a hard time than because the problem was wrong. Given Alkenwald's talents and department, everywhere can be found in the It was about a 10-minute walk to the castle, and true to Morgoth's claim, no one attempted to stop them. In fact, Paradox didn't so much as sense anything living within his mentioned range. Though hardly one could be troubled by death, he tried to imagine how many people had been killed in this one night, and failed to come up with an answer. Thousands, certainly. The main gate stood open as they approached the castle. Maddox's gaze shifted down the street from the distance powerful, magical energy source, and the light energy came beyond. That's the Temple of Breath, Morgoth said. It's where I let the rulers escape to. There are a few stragglers that need it as well, but they'll serve a valuable purpose, with the pressure of the experienced prince. They'll be eager to pick up someone sick, and should only heighten his desires to reach the outposts. We've got it all figured out, Maddox said. I had a good deal of time to think when we were playing hide and seek with the rope constabulary. Morgoth got a faraway look in his eyes. It's strange. Since I woke up, I've been in control of the ways. I find my mind has been clearer than ever. But all the doubts and hesitations that have plagued me my entire life have been washed away in the ocean of darkness. It's a glorious feeling, one I wish I could share with you. Maddox would be just as happy to avoid having his brain messed with by a bunch of undead. Thanks, but that promise I have. Any idea where we can find him? That last question was directed at Malazar, but he just shook his head. Well, I never heard anything about it during my research attempts. Well, I only managed to speak to the servants, but none of them had ever seen anything even resembling the mithril bird. Oddly surprising. Morgoth pulled a black bundle out of his satchel and offered it to Maddox. I knew I had trouble finding it before I left our backup place. Opened it. Maddox did so, and found the lid to one of the urns that had already opened inside. It's not resonance magic. It's not right. I'll do it myself. But since my awakening, in addition to my new clarity of thought, I also find it sensitive to direct contact with movement. Morgoth cocked his neck, a little frown playing around his lips. It's almost like I've been partially transformed into an undead myself. Yet I still need to sleep every night. My body still is weird, and my capacity for manipulating the ether hasn't changed. It's all over. Hopefully the apprentice can explain everything once we find his head. That seemed optimistic to Maddox, but well, as long as Morgoth wasn't going insane, he didn't care what sort of weird changes were happening then. Putting their irritations out of his mind, Maddox sent the thread ether into the mithril bird. When it emerged, he activated the resonance spell and sent it into the castle to find any other mithril that might be lying around. Given how rare the metal was, it shouldn't take long to work with the room. At first, the thread tried to pull him to the night, but that was innocent. That way leads to the armory. If any of the suits of magical armor would make it out, it's probably what your spell is protecting. Finally, a peaceful calm from Malazar. Maddox adjusted his spell so that it would ignore anything outside the main key. That done, he headed straight for the front gate. Just like the wall gate, this one was wide open. A few feet inside, he found the bodies of the men that were no doubt charged with defending it. Regular old steel weapons and armor really were useless, though this lot didn't even have time to draw their swords before the raids killed tug on the thread leading down the hall to the right. Letting the magic guide him, Maddox focused only on the spell. As a bonus, that helped him ignore the many bodies he was forced to step in. A number of twists and turns made him they were standing in front of the first closed door in the counter. There's something mythic behind that door, Maddox said. A loud boom. Robot pondered and feeling the group and sliced the door off its hinges. It fell into the room beyond with a horrible crash. The noise sounded especially loud given how silent everything had been until then. Maddox stepped forward, glanced at the fine furniture and decorations, and promptly dismissed them from his thoughts. Where was the mystery? His breath tugged him toward the rightmost bookcase. It was covered with expensive looking leather-bound books, but nothing that looked like the end. Sharpening his awareness, Maddox honed in tighter. Not on the bookcase, though. Behind him. He grabbed the sideboard, yanked, and stepped aside as the bookcase tumbled down. The wall behind it was smooth, but the magic didn't lie. Something was hidden. What's the problem? Robot asked. The spell says it's here, but it's something different. I'm guessing there must be a hidden compartment or something. Robot lashed out with his ethereal grip, slicing the wall to ribbons until he exposed the edge of a niche built into it. A few yanks on the ruined wood revealed it, covered in dust, but otherwise looking exactly like the one Maddox and Luca found at the ruined tower. Maddox released a spell and pulled the urn out of its niche. He thought, do we return to base and open it? Robot shook his head. You can't leave beyond. We need to drive the princes toward the alchemist's village. Once we deal with them, we can return with both urns and open them at the same time. Maddox nodded. That was a reasonable enough. So what now? Not that. The wars of the temple can't last much longer. Once they fall, I'll build the grounds into action. Fine. I haven't eaten a proper meal in nearly a day. I'm going to the kitchen. Given everything he'd seen, Maddox wasn't especially hungry, but he knew he'd need his full strength before things were settled. And damn, he was going to get killed now that they were so close to victory. Chapter 22. Jack paced, fretted, then paced some more. Lucky for the temple that they had no carpets in their halls, or Jack would have worn a hole in them by now. How long had Marshall been working on Father anyway? He totally lost track as his mind flitted from one horrible outcome to the next. On a bench to one side of the door, Lachlan sat with his head resting against the stone, eyes closed, and looking far too calm given their current circumstances. Jack was considerably jealous. How are you so relaxed? Jack finally asked. Lachlan opened one eye and looked at me. I'm not, but everything in me says we're facing the longest night of our lives, and I want to get one less like that. You should do the same. He was right, but just the thought of trying to sit still right now sent a shudder down Jack's spine. The pacing was barely helping him keep it together as it was. Before he could explain that to his brother, the door opened and Marshall stepped out. He looked haggard, and dark ridges had formed under his eyes. Jack couldn't take that as a good sign. Is he still alive? Marshall said. No Brannick alone knows how. The Wraith drained almost all of his life force. Half a second longer and they would have killed him. A quick action certainly saved his life. That didn't make Jack feel bad, but he appreciated Marshall trying. Can I see him? Yes, but he's unconscious, probably unaware that anyone's there. Have you two got anything for me? I doubt I can keep anything down, Jack said. You should try. I'll have one of the servants bring something to the two of you. In a couple hours, we're going to have to make our move, and you'll want all your strength when the time comes. What move? Lachlan asked. We need to leave the temple, collect as many survivors as possible, and flee the city. That's crazy, Jack said. There's no way we can fight off the Wraiths with the few weapons we have that are capable of hurting them. Marshall offered his warm, reassuring smile. You're not going to fight them at all. You're going to use the sun sword to create a solar barrier. Everyone inside it will be safe from the rays, and it will last until sunrise. As Marshall spoke, Jack's anxiety grew with every word. You realize I've never successfully tapped into any of the sword's greater powers, right? I've barely managed to fully connect with it. Marshall clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry. You'd be amazed what people can do when properly motivated. Jack didn't buy that for a second. But before he could voice his concerns, Marshall turned and strode down the hall out of sight. Lockwood stood and opened the door to the living room. Let's see how Father's doing. You can worry some more after that. Thanks. The brothers stood on either side of the cot that held their father and standing down. The rise and fall of his chest was barely noticeable, and his skin had the color of melted ice. He looked for all the world like a dying man, despite the time Marshall spent calling on Brannick's power. Heaven's mercy. It's that you should make nesting, not nesting on a cot. Marshall muttered the words, but Jack comprehended. He didn't disagree either. Father looked even worse than Mother had the day before she died. It was generally the fate of children for which their parents died. Though Jack had hoped to avoid that grim reality for a few more decades at least. Let's say Marshall's right. We actually can call on the sword's power. Where are we going to go? The undead are relentless and immortal. Eventually I won't be able to answer the bell, and then you're all dead. I've got an idea about it. The only way we'll be safe is if we destroy the race, and the only way we can do that is with magic. Remember the alchemists' representatives that visited last spring? Jack nodded. They wore those funny orange robes, without them. They've got more magic than anyone else in the kingdom. I say we go find them and ask for help. Jack scratched his chin. It wasn't a bad idea. We had no idea where the village was. Do you know where to find them? No. Father said it was something he'd tell us when the time was right. But the Dukes all know how to find the village. If we have to, we can go to Duke Huxley and have him guide us. His castle is the closest, right? Yeah, assuming the race don't beat us there. Jack dearly wanted to find something. I hate having to rely on someone else. So many things could go wrong. Anyway, we should talk about it. He might have even better idea. Agreed. I just figured any plan was better than no plan. Jack grinned and nodded. It isn't that. I feel at least a little better now. A servant brought soup and bread, and Jack found he was hungry. After they ate, Jack sat on the stool beside his father while Lockwood leaned against the wall. Being there didn't really accomplish anything, but it wasn't like they had somewhere else to be, and Jack felt better about staying close at hand should the worst happen. A few hours passed in silence before the door opened. Marshall stepped inside, followed by a pair of burly warriors, one of whom carried a rolled-up stretcher. Is it time? Jack asked. Getting close. We've got about half an hour before the boards fall. I wanted to give you some time to connect to the sword. Thanks. Jack didn't add that he'd probably need every second of it. We had an idea for our next move. He explained about the alchemists and Marshall Parker. I've been thinking that very bit myself. And don't worry about Duke Hudson. I know the way to the village. All the high priests do. Why didn't Father tell us? Marshall asked. It's not just a matter of knowing, Marshall said. The alchemists also give you a potion that allows you to pass through the illusion that protects their village. Without that, it doesn't matter what you do. As to why you are given the potion, I can't say. The alchemists decide who the secret is shared with, not the king. Jack frowned. Isn't that strange? Somewhat. But according to the histories I've read, when the alchemists showed up looking for a place to call home, they were fierce in their determination to retain as much independence as possible. The king at the time, who a million times great grandfather, was eager to have them settle there and granted most of their requests. They did require them to agree to a mutual defense. They're bound to help against anything that threatens the kingdom, just as we are bound to help should they be in trouble. So they're more of an autonomous enclave than a proper kingdom pledge, Rockham said. That's an excellent point.
Right now I'm glazing. I'm glazing up all of these up to a purple brighter, or a brighter purple. I'm gonna make all these bruises. That's the end goal. I'm using glazing medium with the purple I made. Glazing takes a while though. You have to build up the color. This is 5 or 6 times so far. I just want to make it brighter, but I don't want it too bright because I want it to be a bruise.
strode down the main street. West picked up the pace, practically jogging in his haste to reach Maggie's shop. Calm down, Maggie said. It's not like she's going anywhere. West slowed to a quick walk. Right. Sorry. I'm just so tired. Harper bit her lip and stayed quiet. They'd had some variation of this conversation half a dozen times since that first night he woke up from the nightmare. The seventh attempt wasn't going to make any difference. Mila looked from her to West and back, clearly ill at ease. Harper did her best to plaster on a smile. Don't worry. As soon as we get my arm sorted out, we'll have you back with your father and yourself. I'm grateful for everything you two have done for me, Mila said. It's strange, though. I want to go home and see my father, yet I can't help wondering if I'll feel safe once I get there, given what's already happened. Harper wished she had an easy answer for Mila, but the ugly truth of the world was that you were never completely safe anywhere, including at home, surrounded by people that helped you, servants and soldiers. Life just didn't work that way. But how did you tell a 13-year-old girl that? Before she could come to a conclusion, West angled across the street to Maggie's shop and pushed the door open before they had a chance to join him. Harper caught the faint tinkle of the bell as West went through. Maggie, are you here? Harper and Mila walked into the shop and Harper
Yeah, that paint sucks. It's all junk. It's all chunky and stuff. Oh, what's wrong with it? I like soda paint. Got all kinds of chunks in it. Every time I buy citadel paint, it's junk.
To clap some cheeks, ladies and gentlemen. Whose cheeks are we going to clap? There's not that many people live. There's not that many people live. What do we got live? Let's see. We got the following. Let's see. Did I not do a poll tonight? What is wrong with me? Who are we clapping? We got Diabolical Souls. Gooch. We got Star Wars Theory, who has no idea who I am, so that's gonna be interesting. Varadark's live, but like she gives just the simplest reactions. I don't even know how to say it. She's just like so simple. So simple. Alright, just pick between these two, man. Pick between Gooch and Star Wars Theory, and that's it. Pick between these two. And keep in mind, Star Wars Theory has no idea who I am, so you're gonna do a Big and RB raid, he's gonna be like, who the fuck is that? He's probably gonna think it's probably like Wikipedia haters or something. You know what I mean? Probably. Looks like the chat is wanting Star Wars Theory. Oh god. That's not gonna go over well. That is not gonna go over well. Bro, there's 7,600 people watching his stream. You think he's gonna even notice? I highly doubt it. I highly, highly doubt it. But the chat has voted, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to raid Star Wars Theory. That's it. We're gonna raid Star Wars Theory. The chat has spoken, and I do what the chat wants. Raid Star Wars Theory, and do me a favor, make sure to like the stream when you are in there. Like the stream when you are in there, ladies and gentlemen.
Actually get a Sith-based series.
Hypnotic Santa should be the spam. Sanguine Tail says Hypnotic Santa should be the... Yeah, I guess you could do that. Instead of doing Big and Army Raid, do Hypnotic Santas.
The power of banning.
Spam that.
JK, this was banned.
You might get banned from his mods, though. Probably.
Seems to be a cool threat.
Do that. Do that. Do Hypnotic Santas. That's probably... That's probably for the best.
Talent of original creators.
Look at Adair Soto giving a membership.
But notice the lightsabers aren't very bright this one.
There you go. I see all the Hypnotic spams. I see it. I see it. I see it. Again, don't expect him to notice because he's got almost 8,000 people in his chat. It's fucking wild.
Yo Theory just ordered a Dooku saber.
It's wild.
Receive it. Is there a Sith and Dooku in the works? And thank you for everything you do. We got some ideas planned for it.
Why am I getting this? Oh. Why does that? Oh, interesting.
Star Wars was something to me too. Ever since I was little, influenced.
I see it on the chat. I see it here.
You got the special edition.
I see it right here. The chat be flying? Yeah, the chat is flying like crazy, Tierra Luna. Crazy.
Make more fan films. Love your positive stand.
Let me see if I have any more super chats. Hold on.
Gold one.
Dragon Master Zero with the $1 stripper.
There's the Gold Vader VHS.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man, for that.
The acting from Green Lady was remarkably dreadful.
Bro, this man is so calm. How can I be calm like that?
Only stars were.
What do I gotta do? Like breathing exercises or something? Soul Reaper says he doesn't notice. Of course he's not. He's reading super chats. He's not gonna notice. I told you guys that.
What was with the cringy Jedi team? Useless.
Bro, the chat is flying. Look at the amount of people getting banned for spamming. Oh my god, this is great.
The witches can create light.
This is great.
Force, but Plagueis tried and failed. That makes no sense.
T-Jeff says that's why Gucci Gooch was the better option. Hey, I was just doing what the chat wanted, man. I was doing what the chat wanted.
Book of Boba Fett and on par with Kenobi. Nope.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen. Go watch Star Wars Theory, or go watch Gooch, or go watch whoever you want.
Cosplaying Malak.
Look, somebody said hypnotic spammers.
If you guys are cosplaying, we also offer.
Oh shit.
So just for your cosplays, They don't
That's amazing. That's amazing. All right, guys, listen. Watch your favorite YouTuber right now. Go have fun for the rest of the night. Go be bigots. Shout out to everybody who liked the stream, commented, super chatted, shared the stream. I greatly appreciate it. Shout out to the Hypnomods for doing what they do every single night. They are absolute legends. I appreciate them as well. And on that note, I'm going to leave you with Uncle Joey. Of course, we got to give you some inspiration as you leave the stream. Have a great night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow on Hypnocast, 9 p.m. Eastern. You already know how it goes. Bye.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months.
There's a Citadel paint. It's got all kinds of crust in it. Here's Vallejo. I always get bad paint from Citadel. I don't know why. Garbage. Plus you get bigger pots. And it's cheaper than Citadel paint. It's just hard to match sometimes. You know, you have to mix to get to the color, but I paid like $6 or $7 for that pot at the store. Brand new. I bought it last weekend. This weekend. I bought it Friday. Garbage. I know I can take it back, but I don't know where the receipt is. I always have a horrible time keeping receipts. Because that's the Vallejo paint. And I shook it up, but it's got all kinds of crap in it. I don't know what it is, pigment or something. Because I painted it on, where is it? I painted it on here. See? It's already coming off. Chunky. As good as I can do there. I'm gonna do a bigger brush for that. Get the paint off this. I got where is it? I didn't realize I got the technical paint, the outside to for the rivets and stuff to make it look like it's oxidizing. I've never used it, so it'll be a new experience. I have to mix some more paint.
Okay, maybe the value is slightly off, but good enough. All right, so now let's try another color. Okay, so let's mix this gray color here. Now, it may be obvious to many of you that this has a lot of white in it, but grays, there are two colors that are a little bit, it might throw people, and that is, if you just, and again, let me go back and say that when I think about color, I always recommend that my students think about color in these three ways. Which is more yellow, which is more red, which is more blue, and of course, which is more purple, which is more orange, and which is more green. And those are the 6 questions. But if you look at a color and you say, mine looks more gray, that simply means mine looks more blue. Okay, so just remember that. If you see gray and you say, mine looks more gray, or that looks more gray, that simply means that's more blue. The other one is brown. If you look at a color and you can't tell what the difference is, but yours looks more brown, that simply means it's more reddish orange. Okay, so those are two things that when people will look at a gray and they don't think that they're looking at blue. But when you see gray, that's blue, and when you see a real brownish color, that's like a dirty orange. All right, so there is gray, which is sort of a blue. And if I start and I say, okay, here's blue, and again, we're going to focus on
Thomas muttered. That summarized Harper's thoughts perfectly. There's Prince Lachlan, Barrett said, and it looks like his brother and High Priest Marshall are on their feet as well. That's a good sign. Both of them were out of it when we left. A young man dressed in all black waved as they approached, and Barrett led the way over to him. Barrett, please tell me you found us a good place for the night. We did, though I suspect you'll find the farm much like last night's. We didn't check the farmhouse for the same reason. The Wraiths also wiped out a nearby village. Looks like you found at least 2 survivors. Lachlan looked past Barrett to focus on Harper and Thomas. Not exactly, Barrett said. Harper's from my village. She was on her way to the capital to deliver a message to the king. Lachlan frowned. What sort of message would you have for my father? It's from Lynn in the village of alchemists. Harper pulled the gold amulet out from under her tunic. She said you, or your father at least, would recognize this. As soon as he saw the amulet, the blood drained from Lachlan's face. Clearly he recognized it. This discussion will have to wait until we reach the farm. I want my brother and Marshall to listen in. Whatever you have to say, they need to hear it as well. Harper nodded. That would be my preference. It's a long story, and I'd rather not have to tell it twice. Lachlan watched the young lady walk away beside Barrett and Tobias. He'd never encountered a woman like her. She had rough edges and a hard way about her. As far as he could tell, she wasn't at all intimidated by him. That was rare. Most women, even nobles, were at least a little uncomfortable around Lachlan, and he was only the second prince. Jacob had it worse. Speaking of his brother, Lachlan dropped back to join him and Marshall where they walked at the center of the group. It was good to see both of them on their feet. It seemed like far too long since they appeared fit. Who was that? Jacob asked. A messenger from the village of alchemists. Do you remember that gold amulet Father told us about until we begged him to stop? The one where we were supposed to give the bearer all respect and to listen to everything they said with great detail? That's the one. And she's wearing it. How she came to be wearing it and what she has to tell us we'll keep until we reach our camp for the night. Barrett seems to think you'll need to purify some more bodies. Marshall grimaced. I'll leave that to Gil. He's more than capable. Given our time frame for nightfall, I want to hear the message as soon as possible. Do you think it'll change our plans? Jacob asked. I don't know, Marshall said. Frankly, I don't see that we have any other options, no matter what she says. But for now, I'll reserve judgment until I hear everything. That struck Lachlan as an excellent idea. Idle speculation would do them no good at all. Half an hour later, they reached the farm, a spread that was nearly a perfect copy of the first one they stayed at, and pretty much everyone collapsed in the barn. The temple cooks got busy fixing dinner. Lachlan, Jacob, and Marshall, along with Harper and Thomas, settled in at the farmhouse table. Harper, with Thomas standing behind her chair, sat facing the others. A slight tightness around her eyes was the only sign Lachlan could see that she was anxious. If he wasn't looking for it, he never would have noticed. "We have a limited amount of time before dark," Marshall said. "If you would be so kind as to give us the alchemist's message." Harper took a breath and said, "Some of it you already know. An army of wraiths has been freed from their prison, a place called the Oblivion Deep. The undead are under the control of a group of wizards that call themselves the Acolytes of Darkness." "That might be the stupidest name I've ever heard," Jacob said. "I didn't give it to them," Harper said. "And don't underestimate them, no matter how foolish they sound. These people murdered my father and kidnapped Baron McLeod's daughter. They've proven themselves formidable, and with the wraiths acting as their army, they're even more dangerous now." Lachlan couldn't help smiling at Jacob's sheepish reaction to Harper's dressing down. He looked exactly the same as when Father would berate him. "Was there more?" Marshall asked. "Only a warning to be on your guard?" Harper shook her head. "It seems I arrived far too late for my warning to be of any use." "What do these people want?" Jacob asked. "There must be some point to this mindless destruction." According to Lynn, they're attempting to revive someone called the Immortal Apprentice, a wizard of great power that nearly conquered the kingdom not long after the fall of Lord Colt. I can only assume so that he can finish what he started with them as his assistants. "I know that story," Jacob said. "The Sun Sword was forged to kill that wizard." "To defeat him," Marshall corrected. "The Immortal Apprentice didn't get his name by accident. According to the histories, no matter what was tried, he just kept healing. They ended up burning him to ash and sealing the ashes in mithril urns." "They've got at least one," Harper said. "That's what they were after when my father ran into them. If the capital has fallen, then the urn kept there has almost certainly ended up in their hands as well. That leaves Lynn's, plus potentially 2 more elsewhere." Lachlan glanced at his brother. "Did we have such a thing? I don't remember ever seeing it." Jacob shrugged. "Me either, but you know how Father liked to keep secrets. What about you, Marshall?" "I never saw it myself, but I do know that it was kept hidden somewhere in the castle. We would be foolish in the extreme to assume that our enemies don't now possess it." Marshall glanced out the window, then back. "How did you end up in the village of alchemists?" "I went with Baron McLeod. During our travels, my companion and I ended up with a demon-possessed amulet. The Baron assured us that the alchemists would be able to destroy it. When we told them our story, they explained the rest. We found out about the wraiths when survivors from a small settlement near the Oblivion Deep arrived to warn us that everyone else there had been killed." "How did a Baron even know about the village?" Jacob asked. "Lady McLeod was born there, and his lordship received permission to come and go." That was the first time Thomas had spoken, and he'd been so quiet that Lachlan had almost forgotten he was there. "And who are you, sir?" Marshall asked. "Sergeant Thomas of his lordship Baron McLeod's personal guard. My team and I accompanied the Baron on his journey to the village." Thomas went on to tell them about the wizard and his narrow escape. "If Miss Harper hadn't been there, I'd be ghoul food right now. That wizard wants into the village in a bad way." "I fear we'll have to call that good for now," Marshall said. "The shadows are long, and we need to get the barrier up." They all stood and followed Marshall out of the kitchen. Gil was waiting by the front door when they exited. The underpriest bowed to Marshall. "Only an older couple, Lord Marshall. No children." "Thank Brannick for small favors," Marshall muttered. "We don't have time to burn the bodies now. Let's get to the barn." Gil fell in behind them, and the group made the short walk to the barn. As soon as they entered, the scent of roasting meat filled the air. The cooks, it seemed, were making good progress. Inside, many of the people were already asleep, or nearly so. Jacob and Marshall assumed the now familiar position, with Jacob seated holding the sun sword across his lap, and Marshall resting his hands on Jacob's back. The rooms lit up, and Lachlan assumed the barrier fell into place. It felt slightly odd, bringing no light or protection he couldn't see. What's that about? Lachlan nearly jumped out of his shoes when Harper spoke right beside him. She hadn't made so much as a whisper of sound. He explained about the sword and its power. That reminds me, how did you make it here safe and sound? Surely last night, at least the wraiths would have been a threat. Harper unslung her pack and pulled out a silver lantern. Lynn gave me this. It works like your brother's sword, only on a far smaller scale. It's enough to protect a single room, perhaps 15 feet square. Not exactly a huge campsite, but enough for 1 or 2 people. Lachlan nodded. It was an interesting device. Perhaps when they were safe, the magical engineers would have a chance to study it. Duplicating such a thing would be very useful. Sounds like you've had quite a month. That's putting it mildly. I set out for revenge, but I found a great deal more than that. More than I bargained for, certainly. Do I hear regret in your voice? Lachlan asked. No. Resignation. It wasn't my plan, but as Dad always said, those with the power to make a difference also have a responsibility to do so. Lachlan smiled. I would have liked to meet him. Harper smiled back. It was a charming expression that lit up her previously gloomy face. You did. About 10 years ago, Dad and his squad of rangers brought back a suit of magical armor from Auden. The king, General Irving, and you, and your brother all hailed them as heroes. Dad retired not long after that. Lachlan cudgeled his brain, but for the life of him couldn't remember the event. He'd been 8 at the time. Surely that was old enough to remember. At last he shook his head. I'm afraid I can't recall. You're a prince. I'm sure all sorts of wild things happened around you regularly. There's no reason this would stick out. Harper yawned. I think I'll try and rest. One more thing, if you don't mind. When she nodded, he said. You seem very calm around me. Most people are more nervous. Her smile twisted into something bitter. I've lost my father, nearly been murdered in my sleep, and fought undead, wizards, and a demon. I've rescued a baron's daughter and met the leader of a legendary village. Please take no offense, Highness, when I say that I no longer get nervous like I used to. I'm not offended. It's quite nice to talk to someone who can look me in the eye without flinching. I hope we could talk more later. Since it seems we'll be traveling together for the foreseeable future, I see no reason why we couldn't. She offered a slightly stiff bow and walked away. He watched her walk, enjoying the play of the muscles in her legs, until she reached Barrett, who noticed Lachlan's curious gaze. The hunter offered a small, knowing smile. It seemed he'd been found out. Leaving his fantasies for now, Lachlan went to check on the food. Considering how far they'd walked, the people would be starving. He sighed. If Lachlan got nothing else out of this miserable journey, he'd certainly gotten a vastly greater appreciation for the talents of the army quartermasters. Chapter 33. After parting company with Prince Lachlan, Harper walked across the packed barn. One good thing about having this many people in a tight space was that their combined body heat helped warm things up. It wasn't hot by any means, but the air was far more comfortable than outside. Harper swallowed a sigh. She had her speech to the king all planned, and he was unable to even hear it. Having caught a brief glimpse of him, Harper had serious doubts that he'd ever hear anything again. Some of the corpses she burned this morning looked healthier. A stab of pity ran through her. It would be a hard thing for the princes to lose their father. Harper was certainly an expert on that. She joined Barrett and Tobias, who were sitting beside a man and woman who were obviously a couple. Harper looked closer. Elias? He had a few more wrinkles and had gained a few pounds, but she felt certain it was him. Been a long time, Harper, Elias grinned. Last time I saw you, you were knee-high to a chipmunk, and look at you now. All grown up. Damn shame about Dawson. She nodded, her throat suddenly too tight to speak. After a moment, she cleared her throat and asked, Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Ah, right. Elias blushed a bit. This is Octavia. She's a magical engineer. We worked together at the castle. Harper nodded. Pleasure. You got lucky. There are no better men than the Rangers. I'm learning that more and more. Octavia snuggled closer to Elias, whose face split into the happiest, most goofy smile Harper had ever seen. It was nice that someone was happy in all this misery. It gave her hope that maybe when matters were finally settled, she could find some happiness for herself. How are the other guys? Harper asked. Elias's smile withered. Sergeant Bennett died about a year ago. Jackson was at the castle when we were attacked. I hold out little hope for him. I lost track of the rest of the guys that stayed Rangers. I assume they're out and about somewhere, freezing and complaining. Sounds about right, Harper said. Part of me wishes they were here, but another part is glad they're well away from this mess. You said it. Alice! A woman's scream cut Elias off mid-sentence. Harper spotted the
I'm doing the little bitty toenails. I think you can see it. Any places I mess up, I can fix later with the green and brown mix. I should have printed these plates out separately. Ugh, nightmare. Gosh. It's like torturing myself. And I keep hitting this on everything when I move it around.
It's not always balance as in 50-50. Balance when it comes to composition and art is often more complicated. When it comes to composition, we can actually balance something very big with something very small. We can balance an area of intense detail with an area of intense rest where there is no detail. And likewise with color, we can often balance a very intense amount of color with a lot of not much color at all, a lot of neutrals. And I think this idea of understanding color proportion is really essential to understanding how to engage visual hierarchy and really get your 1, 2, 3 read right. Now, that's all well and good, but this stuff can veer into Zen poetry or something like a haiku where we're kind of saying that balance is about not having balance. The real question is, what do you actually do? And as artists, how do we simply turn this into a visual language, an easy way for us to understand proportion when it comes to color and composition and how to lead the eye? In this video, I want to dig into this topic and look at how we can simply visualize proportions of color with an image using a pyramid, or essentially a triangle of colors. And this will give us a really good idea and an easy way to understand proportion of color in images that we see in the world, and how we can use that to help us both plan images that have good color proportion and also to adjust images as we're going to make sure that we have good visual hierarchy, to make sure that our viewer's eye knows where to go. As usual for Drawing Codex video, this is going to be neither fast-paced nor heavily edited. I'm just going to show you some images in Photoshop, some that I've created, some that other people have created from different mediums, and I'm going to try and share with you how I think this concept works, and then we'll look at some basic simple takeaways to see if you can direct that and really use it in your own work. I think that when I really started to understand this, it gave me a lot more freedom, and I think that's often what you need when you're trying to deal with all the complexities of creating an image. So hopefully that sounds interesting. Hopefully you join me. Let's jump in and get started. Alright, welcome to the Drawing Codex. My name is Dylan Burney. I've been a professional working artist for over 20 years, and on this channel we're all about drawing cool stuff from our imagination, embracing the challenge of drawing, and mastering the craft of line color illustration. Now, if you'd like to learn more about illustration and picture making, you can check out my free illustration mini workshop. It charts my journey going from an amateur to a professional, and I talk a lot about really important issues such as how to get more detail and polish in your work, how to plan your images, create thumbnails, and also a few thoughts on how to approach being a professional artist. As I said, it's free. The link will be in the description. Go check it out if that's something you're interested in. Alright, before we jump in, I do want to preface this by saying that what I'm going to talk about here with this kind of pyramid of color is often been sort of called a layer cake of color. I think this is one of these fundamental ideas that's really, really useful to kind of get your head around how color and tone and a lot of other things are actually utilized within an image. I think there's often a lot of counterintuitive things that happen, but thinking about this can really, really help. But it is important to understand that in terms of thinking about this as a rule or what you should or shouldn't do, this really is just mapping out some good ideas and some explanations of what kind of has worked. And the real goal here, I think, is that if you can kind of get a good baseline for understanding how to use color, color proportion, color schemes to really kind of make an image work, direct your viewer's eye and get your 1, 2, 3 read, your visual hierarchy sort of sorted. Again, I'll explain a little bit of what those basic concepts mean because I think it's important. Once you kind of get this sorted, it's much easier to kind of use that as a launch pad to then kind of, drift into the infinity of possibilities that is art. And I think it's important to look at it this way. Again, this is just a really good way to kind of get started. And also for me, the other way that I tend to use these kind of ideas is if I'm a bit lost, this is always a really good way to kind of pull me in. And I've actually found I've used these ideas quite a bit, quite blatantly, especially when, I'm on deadline, I'm creating a concept illustration for a video game, and often, we don't have time to really think about, what is the ultimate artistry involved here. We often just need, again, simple plans that work, simple things where you can take, again, a simple image, a simple concept art piece, and you can try and raise it a little bit above just kind of being something that explains a concept in a game. And again, give it a little bit of extra something. So often how I found these ideas to be really useful is taking a lot of ideas from illustration and cinema and trying to kind of find where's that through line. How do we really think about and go deep on what are the fundamentals of picture making? But as I said, these are just guides. These are just maps of things that have worked. And the goal here is to kind of get you on a good even footing so that you can start to understand the world, increase your visual literacy, and then take it to the next level. Again, not all artists are going to perfectly follow these kind of things, but you tend to find that these things do work. All right, so let's look at how the basics of this concept function. Now, I've got a couple of examples here that we'll sort of go over and sort of look at how this will apply to some images I've created and some images from cinema, because I think that's a good counterpoint. And after we've sort of done that, I'll look at also how we can see this idea of balance manifest in a lot of good books on illustration and composition. So look at Andrew Loomis's Creative Illustration and Edgar Payne's Composition of Outdoor Painting, which are classic sort of tones on composition. And look at how this idea of balance, I think, plays out there. But firstly, let's just look at, okay, how are we actually understanding this? Like, what is actually going on here? So I think the fundamental insight, like the TLDR, if you only take this away from this entire video, is that the majority of an image is often these kind of muddy, neutral, gray colors. And that's not always the case. As I sort of mentioned in the preface, there are often exceptions to these things, and there's interesting ways with imagery we can create balance. But often what you will see, if we define the color within an image in this kind of pyramid, is that often the bottom of the pyramid, these sort of bottom layers, are really made up often of these kind of neutral, nothing grays. So we have these sort of, relatively speaking, much less saturated colors. We've obviously got this big block of the yellow combi van, and we've also got some of this more saturated green, right? And again, there are a couple of little pops here of very sort of saturated, much more fluoro green, right? So you're seeing this kind of, again, this sort of layering of colors and this proportion of color. And while, like, yes, there are some really good sort of accents of color that are more in that sort of red frame, really the accent that is working quite well here is the white. And the white is a void of color, but that's actually a really good way compositionally to create balance in an image where there's a lot of color. So this is a lot more colorful in general. So the mud colors down the bottom, these sort of neutrals, are going to be a lot more sort of brighter and sort of vibrant than others would be. But again, often the bottom of the image, the majority of what's actually there is what we sort of term as these neutrals, these kind of gray tones, or again, often they're sort of referred to as mud. And the reason for that is often when you are kind of painting traditionally, which I don't do a lot of, you often, if you're painting a lot of these grays, you're going to sort of see that they are going to be these kind of muddy colors that don't have a lot of vibrancy. and they're all going to sort of blend into each other. And if you were to see this on a palette, right, if you're painting in oils or watercolor or something, right, often these are this kind of muddy color, right? This is where a bunch of colors get mixed together, things become less distinct, these are not pure colors, and they kind of blend into each other. You get more neutrals, more grays, and that's actually often the majority of what an image is. We don't often notice that though, because our eye is drawn to the things we color, and it's important to understand that as a viewer, you often experience mostly these accents. So here we've got, there's a couple of like very sort of vibrant colors here, right? But these, as I said, these sort of bright reds that I think are helping to sort of draw the eye, but they're kind of spattered around the place, and really functionally they're doing a better job of increasing the vibrancy through color vibration of the greens, because again, red is a good complement of green. The thing that's really helping me to draw the viewer's eye is this white. And the white is a void of color, which, as I said, is a good way to, if you have a colorful image, to create contrast, right? Because again, I could try and make this more saturated. I could try and make his clothing red to really try and draw the eye, but making it white creates this nice little sort of accent at the top of the pyramid that is often where our sort of eye is meant to go. So this is a good way to think about it, right? You can think about the Illuminati style eye at the top of the pyramid, right? That's kind of where we want our eye to go, right? You know, the rest of it is there to support that. So one of the fundamental keys to understand is that often when we're trying to draw the eye, it's a matter of understanding that sort of more is often less, right? So in order to get a lot more focus where we want, we often have to put less everywhere else. So let's see how that sort of plays out, right? So here I've got this image here, and you can see that, as I was saying, like a lot of this pyramid at the bottom is kind of made up of these kind of nothing colors, right? These kind of unremarkable, but you know, sort of pleasant to look at sort of greens. And this is a real sort of homogeneous series of colors, right? These are unoffensive, they kind of blend into each other, right? It kind of works pretty well, you know? And I've sort of got some, these get a little bit redder. Again, I'm often putting little sort of accents in here, right? You sort of see this nice little sort of red tones here and there to kind of draw out and create interest. So there's this idea of sort of creating interest and vibrancy by having some colors vibrate with others. The way you really see the most sort of contrast in this frame, again, from my perspective, is where eyes kind of drawn to this guy here, and that's done through having some reds. So right at the top, so we've got some reds. You've got, again, some of these kind of whites of the hair. Right, we've got this sort of the face, and basically, you know, pretty much everything else is, you know, these types of colors that are, you know, not that interesting. And I think this is really, you know, sort of worth looking at and understanding. Again, there's not a lot of rhyme or reason in terms of, you know, what color I'm sort of putting where. On the pyramid, I'm really just thinking about, like, you know, which is the most sort of prominent and which ones are really the accents that are close to where we're sort of drawing the eye. And often it is this balance that allows our eye to go to a particular area. And it is the lack of the colors and the contrast and the vibrancy that you would see elsewhere that actually supports that. And again, these ideas are fundamental to balance and composition, so we could also perceive this as being related to things like tonality or detail levels, etc. Right? There is a hierarchy to that. But in terms of color, I think this is a really simple way to look at it. So let's before we do this one and this one, let's go look at sort of some cinema and see, well, how's this idea used in other mediums? And here you can see, obviously, we've got a very similar idea. If you kind of look at a lot of these sort of frames here from Blade Runner, you can see that most of it is this kind of black, which again is a lot of what you see in much of sort of film is sort of darkness or a lack of light. Here, same sort of thing. We've got this sort of green background, these dark colors that are making up a lot of it, and it's this green mixed with this real sort of warm, fleshy color. And that's, it is this hierarchy of understanding what is actually going to be there and what are you mostly seeing. So here again, we've got a lot of sort of darkness. Most of the image is going to be made up of darks, dark blues, and some dark sort of purpley sort of skin tones. But then we do have this nice neon lighting here, right? Which really does kind of create that sort of vibrancy. And even though, again, a lot of this image is working sort of tonally, not by color, it's important to understand that, if we didn't have that vibrancy there, the image may feel really dead, right? It may feel as if it doesn't have anything interesting.
The first battle with the Cielsen at Crestard, but it was far away across some 20,000 light years of empire and open space, out where the Vale opened on the Norma Arm. While my father did his best to impress upon me the gravity of the situation, things at home were quiet, save for the levies the imperial legions pulled from the plebeians every decade. We were decades from the front, even on the fastest ships, and despite the fact that the Cielsen were the greatest threat our species had faced since the death of old Earth, things were not so dire as that. As you might expect from parents such as mine, I was given into the hands of my father's servants almost at once. Father doubtless returned to his work within an hour of my birth, having wasted all the time he could afford that day on so troubling a distraction as his son. Mother returned to her mother's house to spend time with her siblings and lovers. As I said, Mother wasn't involved in the family's bleak business. That business was uranium. My father's land sat atop some of the richest deposits in the sector, and our family had presided over its extraction for generations. The money my father pulled in through the Wong Hopper Consortium and Free Traders Union made him the richest man on Delos, richer even than the vicereine, my grandmother. I was 4 when Crispin was born, and at once my little brother began to prove himself the ideal heir, which is to say that he obeyed my father if no one else. At 2, he was almost as large as I was at 6, and by 5, Crispin had gained a head on me. I never made up that difference. I had all the education you might expect the son of a prefectural archon to have. My father's castellan, Sir Felix Martin, taught me to fight with sword, shield belt, and handgun. He taught me to fire alarms and trained my body away from indolence. From Helene, the castle's chamberlain, I learned decorum, the intricacies of the bow, and the handshake and of formal address. I learned to dance, to ride a horse and a skiff, and to fly a shuttle. From Abbey Arthur, the old chanter who tended the belfry and the altar in the chantry sanctum, I learned not only prayer but skepticism, and that even priests have doubts. From his masters, the priors of the Holy Terran Chantry, I learned to guard those doubts for the heresy they were. And of course there was my mother, who told me stories. Tales of Simeon the Red, Cid Arthur, and Casia Solia. Tales of Khan Segura. You laugh, but there's a magic in stories that cannot be ignored. And yet, it was Tor Gibson who made me the man I am. He who taught me my first lesson. Knowledge is the mother of fools, he said. Remember, the greatest part of wisdom in recognizing your own ignorance. He always said such things. He taught me rhetoric, arithmetic, and history. He schooled me in biology, mechanics, astrophysics, and philosophy. It was he who taught me languages and a love for words. By 10, I spoke Mandar well as any child of the interspace corporations and could read the fire poetry of Jad, like a true acolyte of their faith. Most important of all, it was he who taught me about the Cielsen, the murderous, marauding alien scourge chewing at the edges of civilization. It was he who taught me a fascination with the Xenobites and their cultures. I can only hope the history books will not damn him for it. You look comfortable, said Tor Gibson, voice like a dry wind in the still air of the training hall. Moving slowly, I pulled out of the complex stretch I'd folded myself into and flowed through the next position, twisting my spine. Sir Felix and Crispin will be here soon. I want to be ready. Through the small arched windows set high in the stone walls, I could just make out the calls of seabirds, their noise muffled by the house shields. The old scholiast, face impassive as a stone, moved round into my line of sight, slippered feet scuffing on the mosaic tilework. Stooped though he was by time, the old tutor still stood taller than me, his square face smiling now beneath his mane of white hair, side whiskers making him look like nothing so much as the lions the vicereine kept in her menagerie. Looking to put the little master flat on his ass, are you? Which ass? I grinned, stooping to touch my toes, voice creaking a little with the strain. The one between his ears? Gibson's thin smile vanished. You do well not to speak of your brother thus. I shrugged, adjusting one of the thin straps that kept my dueling jerkin flat over my shirt. Leaving Gibson where he stood, I crossed barefoot to the rack where the training weapons waited on display by the fencing ground. A slight elevated wooden disc about 20 feet across, marked for dueling practice. Did we have a lesson this morning, Gibson? I thought it wasn't until this afternoon. What? He tipped his head, shuffling a little closer, and I had to remind myself that though he moved well, Gibson was not a young man. He'd not been a young man when his order commissioned him to tutor my father. He was himself, nearing 300 standard years. Gibson cupped a gnarled hand to one ear. What was that? Turning, I spoke more plainly, straightening my back as I'd been taught in order to better project. I was to be Archon of that old castle, in time, and speechcraft was a Palatine's dearest weapon. I thought our lesson was later. He couldn't have forgotten. Gibson forgot nothing, which would have been an extraordinary quality were it not the basis requirement for being what he was, a scholiast. His mind was trained to be a substitute for those daimon machines forbidden by the Chantry's holiest law, and so couldn't afford to forget. It is, Hadrian. Later, yes. He coughed into one viridian sleeve, eyed the camera drone that lurked near the vaulted ceiling. I was hoping I might have a word privately. The blunted backsword in my hand slipped a little. Now, before your brother and the Castellan arrive, yes. I turned and placed the sword back in its place, between the rapiers and the sabres. Spared the drone a glance myself, knowing full well that its optics were trained on me. I was the Archon's eldest after all, and so subject to as much protection and scrutiny as father was himself. There were places in Devil's Rest where two might have a truly private conversation, but none were near the training hall. Here, in the cloister. Distracted a moment, Gibson looked down at my bare feet. No shoes? Mine were not the feet of a pampered nobile. They looked more like the feet of some bondsman, with sheets of callus so thick I had taped the joints of my largest toes to keep the skin from tearing. Sir Felix says bare feet are best for training. Does he now? He says you're less likely to roll an ankle. I broke off, all too aware of the time. Our word, can it wait? They should be here soon. If it must. Gibson bobbed his head, short-fingered hands smoothing the front of his robe and its bronze sash. In my sparring clothes, I felt shabby by comparison, though in truth his garments were plain, simple cotton, but well dyed to that hue that is greener than life itself. The old scholiast was on the verge of saying more when the double doors to the training hall banged open and my brother appeared, grinning his lupine grin. Crispin was everything I was not, tall where I was short, strongly built where I was thin as a reed, square-faced where mine was pointed. For all that, our kinship was undeniable. We had the same ink-dark Marlowe hair, the same marble complexion, the same aquiline nose and steep eyebrows above the same violet eyes. We were clearly products of the same genetic constellation, our genomes altered in the same fashion to fit the same mold. The Palatine houses, greater and lesser, went to extravagant lengths to craft such an image so that the learned could tell a house by the genetic markers of face and body as easily as by the devices worn on uniforms and painted on banners. The craggy castellan, Sir Felix Martin, followed in Crispin's wake, dressed in dueling leathers with his sleeves rolled past his elbows. He spoke first, raising a gloved hand. "Why, here already?" I moved past Gibson to meet the two. "Just stretching, sir." The castellan inclined his head, scratching at his skein of tangled grey-black hair. "Very good, then." He noticed Gibson for the first time. "Tor Gibson, strange to see you out of the cloister at this hour." "I was looking for Hadrian. Do you need him?" The knight hooked his thumbs through his belt. "We've a lesson now." Gibson shook his head swiftly, ducking into a slight bow before the castellan. "It can wait." Then he was gone, moving quietly from the hall. The door slammed, sending a temple-hushed boom through the vaulted hall. For half a moment, Crispin did a comic impression of Gibson's stooped, lurching step. I glared at him, and my brother had the good grace to look abashed, rubbing his palms over the cold, dark stubble on his scalp. "Shields at full charge?" Felix asked, clapping his hands together with a dull, leathered snap. "Very good." In legend, the hero is almost always taught to fight by some sunstruck hermit, some mystic who sets his pupils to chasing cats, cleaning vehicles, and writing poetry. In Jad, it's said that the swordmasters, the Maeskaloi, do all these things and might go for years before so much as touching a sword. Not I. Under Felix, my education was a rigor of unending drills. Many hours a day I spent in his care, learning to hold my own. No mysticism, only practice, long and tedious until the motions of lunge and parry were easy as breathing. For among the Palatine nobility of the Sol and Empire, both men and women, skill with arms is accounted a chief virtue, not only because any of us might aspire to knighthood or to service in the legions, but because dueling served as a safety valve for the pressures and prejudices that might otherwise boil into vendettas. Thus, any scion of any house might at some point be expected to take up arms in defense of her own honor or that of his house. "I still owe you for last time, you know," Crispin said when we'd finished our drills and faced one another across the fencing round. His thick lips twisted into a jagged smile, making him look like nothing so much as the blunt instrument he was. I smiled to match his, though on my face I hoped the effect was less swaggering. "You have to hit me first." I flicked the tip of my sword up into a forward guard, waiting for Sir Felix's say-so. Somewhere outside, I heard the distant whine of a flyer passing low above the castle. It rattled the clear aluminium in the window panes and set my hairs on end. I placed a hand on the catch of my thick belt that would act
This is just Dawn dish detergent. I add it to my water. Just a couple squirts. This is Vallejo gunmetal gray. I'm going to use it to paint all the metal parts for these models. Mainly the chassis, like this area here. That's why I kept it apart. I already spray painted a lot of it silver, and I'm not going to mess with that, but just any of the areas that are still white. And if I painted it green, I'm going to paint it. So try to bring it all uniform. And then I'm going to add a rust color to it, dirty it down with some weathering effects, and then use Ryza Rust on it. I think I'm going to use Ryza Rust, or there's a product called Dirty Down Rust Effects. I might use that. I also have this. It's a rust effect. It's orange rust. I have a bunch of different options.
Even better, because now my monthly insurance payments could help boost my scores too. It does it instantly and it's free. So get it through the Xperia app.
Enjoy free 1-hour delivery when you spend $35.
Chevy lets you begin every day. slip, no mess. No cap. Just grab and squeeze. Try Dawn Easy Squeeze.
Fancy was. Fancy gun. Ooh, fancy.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor.
As long as he had control of them, nothing would stand in the way of his ultimate victory. Chapter 14. Maddox was sitting under a tree not far from Alazar when he spotted the Imperial construct. It blasted the magical blast of bits, but too late for it to matter. The wizard would know where to find him now. Stretching out his will to the ghouls, he ordered them to kill anything that approached the park. Their eagerness came back to him like a flash of heat. Pushing himself to his feet, Maddox strode over and looked down at Alazar. We've been small. Not sure how long it'll take them to get here, but the guards will be coming. Are you in any shape to help? Alazar tilted his head a fraction to look up at Maddox. His face was pasty white and plastered with sweat. Far from the most appealing of specimens of the best of times, Alazar now resembled a reanimated corpse, only less reliable. Would you type comes out here? I have no intention of being captured and questioned. Maddox seconded that idea. I'm going to head out into the woods, pick off as many as I can. The ghouls fight better when directly guided. Good hunting. Maddox turned on his heel and marched out of the clearing. For all his talk, Maddox couldn't help wondering if Alazar would even be conscious when the soldiers arrived. If he wasn't, that would be a serious problem. Alazar knew far too much to be allowed to fall into his hands. Maddox wouldn't let that happen, no matter what he had to do. 50 yards from the park, he paused and listened. No sign of movement. At his mental command, half the ghouls came running up to him. The rest he'd leave to hunt on their own. They could do plenty of damage, even without his guidance. One of the ghouls snuffled and raised its head. Maddox still heard nothing, but the ghouls had sharper senses than he did. Show me. What? The ghoul took off at a lope, making remarkably little noise for something so stupid. Despite their limitations, the undead were excellent hunters. It wasn't long before Maddox heard the crunch of boots thrashing through the undergrowth. A lot of boots. He peered around an especially large maple trunk, and sure enough, there were at least 30 men dressed in black and green uniforms. They wore mail coats under their loose tunics, as if the armor would protect them from magic or the claws of the undead. He had no particular interest in the ordinary soldiers. His focus was on the ether, especially the one man surrounded by the glow of a magical barrier. That had to be the one that spotted him. If he could take that one out, the rest of the group wouldn't last long. Big man, he said, his voice barely a whisper. The ghouls tensed and bared their hands. As expected, they were always ready to kill. Maddox stepped out from behind the tree and sent a 7-thread lightning bolt crashing into the wizard's chest. It burned through his weak shield in a moment, then slammed into his torso, nearly blowing him away. Now! The ghouls surged into the soldiers, snarling and slashing with their claws. To their credit, the soldiers made a decent effort at defending themselves. Unfortunately, their weapons did little beyond annoy the ghouls, and whenever they clumped up into a defensive formation, Maddox took the opportunity to lob in a fireball. In less than 5 minutes, every soldier was either burned to death or torn to pieces. A perfectly acceptable result for the first round. He let the ghouls feed and walked over to the dead wizard. Ignoring the damage his spell caused, Maddox patted the body down. Soon enough, he came up with a couple items that glowed in the ether. The first was a silver ring marked with runes, and the second was a dagger with similar markings. A bit of magical study confirmed that the ring generated the wizard's ethereal shield, and the dagger had enhanced strength and sharpness. While he hoped not to get close enough to an enemy to need the dagger, the ring would be a nice backup should anything slip through his personal shield. Grinning to himself, Maddox hoped the next group would have something even better for him to take. Jacob Irving was sitting with his boys in a private dining room trying to enjoy lunch and failing miserably. Forces had been dispatched to capture the wizards that fled the city, and he was expecting news any moment.
That made it difficult to enjoy his soup and rolls despite the palace chef outdoing himself as usual. His sons, on the other hand, were wolfing the food down with enthusiasm. Jacob tried to imagine what might make the boys lose their appetites and failed to come up with anything short of death. "Where's Marshall?" Lachlan asked. "I know he showed up early this morning, but I didn't get to talk to him. I was supposed to train at the temple today." "He went back to pray to the sword lord for guidance," Jacob said. "You won't be training today." "What's going on anyway?" Jack asked. "The castle's been like a kicked hornet's nest." Both boys looked at him, and Jacob sighed. Might as well tell them now. They were apt to find out sooner or later anyway. Marshall received an oracle from Brannick about darkness that was threatening the city. It mentioned someone wearing a skull amulet and such a person. A wizard, it turned out, has been found in the city. Forces have been dispatched to capture the target. I'm waiting for news now. "Does Brannick frequently give oracles?" Lachlan asked. "This is the first one I've heard about," Jacob said. "Marshall says he's never gotten one before. I don't know if this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing or a once-in-several-centuries thing. What I do know is that if the Archangel is concerned enough to speak directly to his high priest, then the problem is serious." "That's why you ordered the army put on alert," Jack asked. "Correct. Everything that can be done is being done. If I had a better idea of what the danger was, it would be helpful, but I don't. Marshall says Brannick can't be more forthcoming. The lie is just as vague as the truth." "It's still better than being taken totally by surprise," Jack said. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Jacob offered a faint smile. If his eldest was willing to volunteer to help, maybe he was finally starting to grow up a little. "I don't know what you can do, but as soon as I do, I'll let you know. For now, stay close and don't cause any trouble." Someone knocked, and the guard outside stuck his head in. "Runner from the guards, Majesty." "Send him in." Jacob stood and turned to face the door just as a panting, red-faced soldier came back. "The first unit made contact with the target. 30 soldiers led by one of our best wizards. They were wiped out. The commander in charge is preparing a larger force to try again." Jacob slammed his fist on the table. "There are only 2 of them. How could 2 wizards kill 30 soldiers?" The messenger quailed. "I have no further details, Majesty. No witnesses survived to report back." Jacob snarled but said nothing more. It wasn't the unlucky fellow's fault. He just had the bad fortune to get the job of reporting the facts. No reply. "Keep me up to date." The messenger bowed and fled the dining room as quickly as decorum allowed. When the door had closed, Lachlan said, "Let me go out, Father. With my talent, I should be able to deal with the wizards." "No, don't even think about it. If one of the princes were to be killed in battle, the hit to morale would be horrendous. We don't know nearly enough about these wizards' abilities to be sure your skills, impressive as they are, would be enough. Remember what Marshall said. Your power only activates in direct combat. A wizard might blast you before you were even within sight of him." "I hate waiting here while good men are killed," Lachlan said. "That is one of the greatest burdens of leadership. This is a good time for you both to learn that. Making decisions and living with the results may be the hardest thing to do." They settled back down, but even the voice couldn't hear. The silence seemed to drag on for hours, though it was only minutes before Jack said, "Permission to help the army prep? Denied. You 2 would just be in the way." Jacob shot his sons a hard look. "You might also get ideas about leaving the castle and going wizard hunting despite my orders. That would end badly for you." Jack looked sheepish, confirming Jacob's guess. "Your time will come, but only if you survive. Let's return to the throne room. Hopefully Marshall will return soon with good news." Jacob thought he sounded confident. If only he felt as confident as he sounded, maybe the tightness in his chest and the burning in his stomach would go away. Chapter 15. Maddox was beginning to hope that Montaigne's forces had given up when his ghouls started growling. Several hours had passed since he wiped out the first batch of soldiers, and noon had come and gone long ago. It was the middle of the afternoon now, and the sun was making its way toward the horizon. Maybe 2 hours remained until sunset. That seemed like no time at all, and a lifetime all at once. Closing his eyes, Maddox sent his vision flying into the forest. Unlike most wizards, he kept his ethereal construct close to the ground where it would be less likely to get spotted. Soon enough, he found the source of his ghouls' wrath. Scores of soldiers were tromping through the woods toward the park where Alazad still rested. He didn't have to do a close count to know that there were more here than even his ghouls could handle. 100 minimum. Even worse, 3 of them glowed in the ether. What he couldn't tell was whether or not they were regular wizards or magical engineers equipped with enchanted weapons. Neither was good, but the latter would be easier to deal with. Releasing his construct, Maddox pulled the communication sphere out of his pocket and charged it with ether. Overwhelming numbers of soldiers approaching my position. Send help soonest. Maddox didn't know if soonest would be in time, but at least he'd done his best. Now to thin the herd. He sent 6 ghouls around to the right flank of the approaching force with orders to hit and retreat away from the park. If he could divide their force, he might be able to wear them down in parts. Maybe. This force was at least 3 times bigger than the one he wiped out earlier. Resuming his magical observation, Maddox watched as the ghouls attacked the outermost pair of soldiers, slaughtering them in moments. As soon as the next nearest trio took a step toward them, the ghouls pulled back. Maddox snarled when an old man in the back of the line ordered the soldiers not to follow. So much for that plan. Why couldn't they have sent some young, eager-to-impress leader out to command the assault? That would have made his life so much easier. A mental command recalled the ghouls. If Divide and Conquer wasn't going to work, he'd have to try something else. He glanced back over his shoulder. The park was about 100 yards behind him. It wouldn't be hard to swing wide around the approaching soldiers and escape. Leaving Alazad behind didn't especially prick his conscience. As far as Maddox was concerned, all his so-called brothers were expendable. They were also useful assets, and a long way remained to go before the apprentice was freed. Throwing away someone like Luca was one thing, but Alazad was actually competent. For now, at least. He'd do his best to keep the wounded wizard alive. The ghouls he dispatched came trotting back, and he summoned the rest. 12 ghouls plus his magic. Time to see how much damage he could do. Wrapping himself in invisibility, Maddox ordered the ghouls to attack. They roared and charged while he followed more slowly. The thud of steel on flesh and the screams of the dying reached him before he saw the knots of men and undead battling. Lightning cracked as one of the wizards pointed an iron rod at a ghoul and blew a hole in its chest. Magical engineers, then. That was a small favor. Maddox hurled a fireball at the wizard, but one of his fellows smashed it apart with an ethereal whip. The 3rd wizard targeted Maddox, but he blasted the thread apart before it could reach him. He was vaguely aware of his ghouls making quick work of the soldiers, even as their numbers slowly diminished. If it was a matter of numbers, Maddox was doomed. Time to withdraw. A 7-thread blade of ether lashed out, cutting a group of 4 soldiers in half. Using the shock to his advantage, Maddox ordered the surviving ghouls to fall back. Instead of returning directly to the park, he turned toward the city. Not that he had any intention of getting close to the walls and the, no doubt, many archers posted there. No, he just wanted to keep them off balance and looking in the wrong place. 5 minutes of running left Maddox exhausted and panting. At least there seemed to be no sign of immediate pursuit. 9 ghouls stared at him, waiting for orders. So he lost 3. Not as bad as he'd feared, but bad enough given his lack of resources. The shadows were growing longer every second. Darkness would fall soon, and when it did, he needed to be in place and have the ethereal marker ready. The timing would be tricky. He reached for the ether, and it responded eagerly. Good.
At least he wasn't getting close to that much. If he lost the ability to use magic, Maddox was doomed. He closed his eyes and went scouting again. Peering up from ground level, he watched as the soldiers got themselves in order. The older man was talking to the wizards and pointing in the direction Maddox had run. One nodded, but another shook his head. Adding his hearing would make it that much easier for someone to spot the construct, so he decided not to risk it. As long as they were debating, they weren't chasing after him, and that was fine with Maddox. Finally, the older man pointed in the direction Maddox had gone and said something. One of the wizards saluted, and he and 50 soldiers marched off. Even that many was a problem, and even worse, the rest were getting ready to march toward the park. Alizad had no hope against 2 wizards and 30-plus soldiers. Maddox swallowed a curse. Maybe he could draw his hunters off and circle around to hit the second unit from the back. It was the only thing he could think of anyway. He took the enchanted ring off and stuck it on one of the ghoul's fingers. Run. Lead them away from me. Don't get too far ahead and make plenty of noise. Go. The ghoul took off, thrashing through the underbrush and making enough noise for a dozen people. Maddox smiled to himself and resumed his watch over the soldiers. Just as he hoped, they rushed after the noisy ghoul. Maddox gave them half a minute, then hurried after the second group. His timing needed to be perfect. At his mental command, the ghouls remained nearly silent. That never ceased to amaze him, given how noisy they usually were, snuffling, snarling, and thrashing around. It went to show how predatory they could be. They snuck up on the rear of the group as they entered the park. Alizad remained where he was, resting against the tree, seemingly unconscious. Hopefully he was just pretending, as Maddox was counting on him striking at the correct moment. You there! The older man shouted. On your feet, slowly. Alizad didn't so much as flinch. Is he dead? The old man asked. No, sir, one of the wizards answered. His life force is strong, though he may be injured. Should we attack from here? No. Orders from the castle wall to take at least one of them alive. Looks like this will be the simpler of the two. Move in. The soldiers formed a semicircle, swords up and ready, and started inching their way closer to Alizad. They were easily the most nervous-looking men Maddox had ever seen. When they were halfway between the wizards and Alizad, Maddox said, Now! The ghouls howled and surged forward, slamming into the soldiers from behind and cutting them down. As soon as the wizards raised their iron rods and pointed them at the ghouls, Maddox struck, hitting the nearest with a 6-thread lightning bolt that punched through his ethereal shield and blackened his chest. The second wizard spun. Alizad, with impeccable timing, chose that moment to strike, taking the surviving wizard square in the back and burning a hole in his chest. Grinning, Maddox used Iron Vine on the leader. He had a plan now. He also wanted to know how the guards even knew to look for them. A few minutes brought an end to the fighting. He lost 2 more ghouls, but with Alizad's help, the soldiers were soon all dead. An outstanding result as far as Maddox was concerned. He called a ghoul over and pointed at the bound man. Bring him. Maddox led the way through the carnage and paused in front of Alizad. You did a fair job of playing dead. I was watching through an ethereal construct. I just didn't extend it beyond my head. If you do that, the magic blends in and no one can tell you away. That was cleverer than Maddox would have given Alizad credit for. He turned his focus on the prisoner. A slight adjustment of the spell would allow him to speak while keeping the rest of his body still. If you don't want my pet to peel your skin off inch by inch, you will answer my questions. How did the guards know to look for us? The commander glared at Maddox, his blue eyes hard and narrow. Eat shit. Maddox scrubbed a hand across his face, just the sort of stupidly brave response he expected. Right his ear off. The ghoul's jaws snapped and he reared back, half fighting and half ripping the commander's left ear off before swallowing it whole. The man screamed as blood soaked the side of his head. Rest assured, that's the least painful thing I'm going to have at fight off. Answer my question, or we're going to find out how many bites it takes to remove your cockpit balls. The commander's face went white, and not from the meager loss of blood he'd suffered so far. Maddox had used that threat before and always found it very successful. Okay, fine. Doesn't really matter anyway. An order came down from the castle telling us to be on the lookout for someone wearing a black skull amulet. A witness reported seeing me wearing one when he entered a particular apartment. We came to investigate, and he confessed. The magic confirmed that he was telling the truth, but Maddox knew he kept his amulet hidden at all times. That meant someone saw him, recognized him, and was aware that he wore such an amulet. He racked his brain, but couldn't think who might fit that description other than Alizon, who clearly would have no reason to tell anyone anything. Wait. How did anyone know to look for such a thing? I don't know. The order came from the castle, and that was enough for me. Something weird was going on, but in the end it didn't make that much difference. It would be dark soon, and then the raids would appear. Once that happened, there was no one who could stand against them. The second group is coming, Alizon said. Let me make you an offer, the commander said. Surrender and you'll be given a fair trial before you're beheaded. Not terribly compelling. Hold him up and put your claws to his throat. Maddox bound the man's head so he could no longer speak. The ghoul obliged, though Maddox sensed a faint disappointment that it hadn't been ordered to devour the prisoner instead. I'll handle the reinforcements, Maddox said. Can you raise the ethereal marker? Not a problem. Alizon wove the ether into a bright signal that any wizard worth the name within 20 miles would see. The soldiers and their wizard leader emerged from the forest and marched toward Maddox. The heavy scowls made it clear they weren't very happy to be made fools of. Take another step, Maddox said, and your commander dies. The soldiers froze, just as he hoped they would. There's no way for you to win, the last wizard said. Eventually, more of our troops will arrive and will overwhelm you. You won't overwhelm me before your commander dies. I can promise you that. In fact, I might just kill you all right now and try negotiating with the next batch of idiots your king sends. You lot are clearly too stupid to understand your situation. That was mostly a bluff. While he could probably do it, Maddox would be so exhausted afterwards he'd be lucky to remain mobile. How do you propose to end this standoff? The wizard asked. It's not like we can let you go. That certainly is a problem, Maddox agreed. What he didn't add was that he couldn't care less if the standoff was resolved as long as it lasted until dark. The wizard stared at him, and Maddox stared back, and every moment the shadows grew longer. Half an hour more, and the sun would set. Surely he could keep the fool talking that long. When the raids got here, none of them would ever talk to anyone again. Chapter 16. Marshall left the Temple of Brannick and made the short walk back to the castle. An hour of deep prayer didn't draw so much as a word from the Sword Lord. It seemed his master had said all he intended to on the matter. Disappointed, but not a huge surprise after their first conversation. Marshall hadn't been all that optimistic, but given the lack of other progress, he felt the need to try something. The sky was just turning pink and orange as the sun set. It was a pretty sight, and he let out a soft sigh. It was important to remember that no matter how bad things looked, there was still beauty in the world. Montague had survived war and invasion on more than one occasion. They would survive this as well. The guards saluted him as he entered the castle grounds and made his way to the keep. The king wouldn't be best pleased by the lack of news, but Marshall answered to pray, not the other way around. He could no more compel the archangel than he could the sun to not rise in the morning. As expected, he found the king and both princes together in the throne room. The silence and frowns spoke volumes about the current situation. Jacob looked up, and a moment of hope flitted across his face. Marshall hated to crush that hope, but the truth offered nothing else. Did Brannock speak to you? The king asked. No. The Sword Lord remains silent despite my entreaties. Whatever happens next, it will be up to us to handle it on our own. I fear as much. Our soldiers have run down the wizards, but the first group was wiped out. No word yet from the larger force, but I have high hopes. Surely 2 wizards wouldn't be enough to defeat 100 men. He spoke that last sentence as if begging for confirmation. Marshall wished he could offer it. Without direct knowledge of the wizard's abilities, he refused to speculate about their combat strength. But with your permission, I will remain here until the matter is settled once and for all. The king nodded. You are most welcome, my friend. What's holding Brannock back from being more helpful? Lachlan asked. It's not like anyone could threaten an archangel. Marshall smiled, but it felt hollow and empty to him. I wish I knew. The forces of heaven are dealing with far more than our tiny problems. All I can do is trust that Brannock has his reasons, and that they are good. My wishes to the contrary are irrelevant in any case. Our problems don't feel tiny to me, Prince Jacob said. They certainly don't, but then we aren't immortal archangels. More's the pity. Marshall trailed off as something drew his attention. He cocked his head and focused. What was it? A few seconds passed, and he sensed a powerful source of corruption headed for the city. This had to be the darkness Brannock wanted. It's coming. The king leapt to his feet. You said we had until midnight. Marshall shook his head. So I was told. Yet the corruption is coming all the same. What is it? The king asked. I can't tell yet. My best guess is that it's about 2 miles out and coming fast. And if I can sense it from that far away, the corruption is tremendously strong. Whatever your plans, Majesty, I suggest you put them in play at once. The king stepped around to the map table. Follow me, all 3 of you. He led the way out of the throne room and paused to turn to the guards. The enemy is coming. Spread the word. I want every soldier able to fight, armed and on the wall with all haste. The guards saluted and ran as if their lives depended on it. What now, Father? Prince Jacob asked. Now we go to the observation tower and get a look at what's approaching. I don't know who these madmen think they're dealing with, but they'll soon learn that Montague is not to be trifled with. Marshall dearly hoped the king was right, but the growing chill in the pit of his stomach made him fear it would be otherwise. A long, empty hall led to a tower with a spiral staircase inside. They made the climb, and at the top, King Jacob pushed the trapdoor open. As soon as he did, a chill breeze rushed down, making Marshall wish he'd worn a heavier cloak. The only thing in the observation tower was a farseer hanging from a rope tied to a nail driven into the wall. The king stopped, Marshall said. But there's a long way to go between here and there. For now, you need to get ready to leave. These men will carry your product. We will be safe with us, your highnesses, the man holding the structure said. Jack nodded. Is there somewhere I can prepare? I still can't connect with the sun sword without blowing my horns. Of course, follow me. I'll join the guards, Anthony said. I'm sure you don't need an audience. Jack definitely did not need an audience. Thanks. Keep an eye on Father. Count on it. Marshall led Jack through the halls to an empty stone room. It was about 10 paces square and devoid of furniture or decorations. What is this place? Meditation room. When you close the door, it's perfectly dark inside. It frees your mind to contemplate Brannock's philosophy. Marshall chuckled. It doesn't give you too much. We prefer to contemplate Brannock's philosophy in the training mind. Jack grinned at that. It was such a perfectly martial thing to say. Let's do this. He raised the sun sword and took a deep breath. It was only at this moment that he realized he'd been holding on to the sword since he killed the wraith that struck down his father. With methodical precision, he went from position to position. As soon as his mind began to calm, he saw his father lying unconscious and had to start over again. After the third time, the struggle stopped. What's the problem? Marshall asked. It's not working. Can't turn my brain off. That's a problem. We have very little time, and you're the only one that can use the sword. I'm perfectly well aware of that fact. However, knowing it and being able to do something about it are two very different things. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to put more pressure on you. Marshall hesitated and said, there may be another option. I hesitate to even mention it. Under the circumstances, I understand completely. If your fear is that I'll be offended, put it out of your mind and say what you have to say. It's less that I think you'll be offended than that there are certain risks associated with this option. Jack Harris laughed, and not because he found the situation in any way funny. Marshall, there's an army of wraiths out there waiting to kill us all. Risks are baked into the situation. If we follow your suggestion, I'm the only one in danger, right? Assuming it works, yes. Then there's no need for further discussion. What's your plan? I'll use my magic to take control of your body, and through it, of some sort, I can forcibly steal your racing thoughts. That sounds perfect. What are the risks? The risks are that you will be fully under my control. The magic reduces you to little more than a puppet. Marshall, if I can't trust you, who can I trust? My responsibility, no, our responsibility, is to get as many people to safety as possible. If this is the best way to do that, then let's do it. Spoken like your father. Very well. Just relax and let the magic wash over. Relaxing wasn't much easier than clearing his mind, but Jack did his best. A few seconds later, the world went blurry. He couldn't see, hear, or smell anything. It felt like he'd been fully cut off from the world. Panic went further on the lightning rate. Everything in Jack screamed that something was wrong. He could do nothing about it. Scream as he might in his mind, it changed nothing. Even remembering that Marshall was the one causing this issue did little to calm him. An unknown amount of time passed, and slowly Jack got used to a strange new situation. It didn't become pleasant by any stretch of the imagination, but it did grow tolerable. With no way to tell what was going on or how long it had been, Jack resigned himself to waiting and waiting. Chapter 23. With Marshall and Jacob busy, Rocky took it upon himself to help get everyone organized and ready to move. He did this not only because it needed to be done, but to distract himself from the unmoving form of his father resting on the stretcher held by the bearers Marshall provided. Those men looked like fine fighters, as expected from guards at the Temple of Brain. He'd never sparred with either of them during his training, and neither had offered him. Some might consider that rude, but as a prince, Walker was used to people being nervous around him. The rest of the survivors, as well as a number of warriors and servants from the temple, were lined up behind the litter bearers. Most of the people that reached the temple arrived with nothing save the clothes on their backs. Even a handful of minor nobles looked as haggard and weary as the lowliest of commoners. The temple larder had been cleaned out and packed up. Lachlan didn't know exactly what they had by way of supplies, but he doubted it would be enough. He gave a little shake of his head. We could deal with that later should it become necessary. He found the idea of having to worry about food vastly superior to having to worry about an army of nearly unkillable undead. With everyone gathered and ready to depart, the only ones yet to join them were the priests maintaining the wall, Marshall and Jacob. A few minutes passed, and someone's kid started crying. Lachlan chewed the inside of his lip. One crying kid wasn't that good of a deal, but the longer they stood there waiting, the more nervous everyone would get. The last thing he needed was a pen. There was nowhere for anyone to go after all. A big form passed through him. and a few moments later he heard footsteps. Jacob came around the corner with Marshall right behind. The sun sword glowed with a warm, yellow light. The runes on the side shone bright, as did the gem in the hilt. All the magic distracted him. But when Lachlan looked closer at his brother, he noticed an absence of light in his eyes, and his face appeared slack and unaware. While far from an expert on magic, Lachlan recognized something wasn't right. Marshall, is all well? We'll discuss it later. Marshall's expression was tense, with poorly controlled nerves. Someone let the priests know they could release the book as soon as they join us here at evening. One of the guards jogged off deeper into the temple. Jacob still hadn't spoken a word, or even shown the awareness that Lachlan was standing right in front of him. He moved closer and waved a hand in front of Jacob's eyes. Not even a flinch. Lachlan looked at Marshall again, but the severe grimace on the high priest's face convinced him to hold his tongue for now. When they were safely away from the city, he'd be soon enough to discuss them. A few minutes passed before the guards returned with half a dozen exhausted-looking men in sweat-stained gray robes. They looked as worn out as Lachlan felt. That's everyone, Lord Marshall, the guard said. Very good. You will all need to keep close to the prince and myself. The sword's protection only extends 100 paces in every direction. If you move beyond that, you will be at the mercy of your own thing. Please keep any noise to a minimum, as being tuned and buried, it takes a great deal of concentration. Lachlan, be a good lad and open the front door. Lachlan led the group through the halls to the main chapel, then threw the door open, revealing the empty darkness of the street. One of the priests that had been maintaining the door took a deep breath and threw his hands into the air. A brilliant white light burst to life, revealing the corpses lying in a semicircle around the temple entrance. They must have been people attempting to reach safety, only to get cut down just short. A thought intention, cruelty for its own sake. Why such behavior from the undead should come as a surprise couldn't say. Maybe more.
Here's what I found. I don't have an analog clock on this device.
That bothered him. Jacob led the way out with Marshall a step behind. Lachlan did his best not to look too closely at the streets as they worked their way toward the northern gate. The little he knew about the alchemists indicated that they lived in the great forest far to the northeast. It was going to be one hell of a long walk with raids guarding them the whole way. Speaking of the horrid things, Lachlan hadn't seen a single one since they left the temple. It had to be out there, but there was nary a crimson eye to be seen. Lord Marshall, one of the unoccupied priests said, I sense a large gathering of blood forces not far from here. More survivors? That was an unexpected but happy bit of news. We need to get them, Lachlan said. Forget them, someone shouted from within the larger group. We need to get out of here. Lachlan glanced back, but couldn't tell who had spoken. Lucky for them. To his surprise, Marshall seemed hesitant about what to do. This isn't a request, Lachlan said. We're going to get those people. Of course we are, Marshall said. I was just thinking of the best way to go about it. Lachlan had spent a great deal of time with Marshall over the last few weeks, and this was the first time he'd ever suspected that the priest was lying to him. Even so, he kept his mouth shut, and they followed the younger priest toward the merchant district. Lachlan hadn't spent much time in the area. In fact, he tried, and failed to remember the last time he visited. The bulk of the warehouses seemed to loom over them as they walked. A few raids finally made themselves seen, though they kept well away from the barrier. Finally, they reached the warehouse with an open main door, and the priest led them inside. In the middle of the floor waited a group of people, mostly adults, but he spotted a handful of kids as well. Lachlan guessed their number at over 100. It didn't take a logistical genius to know what effect another 100 mouths would have on the food supply. And it didn't matter. These people were all his responsibility. One way or the other, he would see them to safety. One of the survivors, a woman dressed in the robes of a magical engineer, approached him first. Prince Lachlan, I am so pleased to see you, Your Highness. My name is Octavia, and I serve at the castle as a magical engineer. So I guessed. Lachlan raised his voice. If everyone will gather around, we're leaving the city. There was some muttering as the people drew near. Octavius asked, how are you able to move around the city safely with all the undead out? Lachlan nodded to his brother. The Sun Sword's magic is creating a barrier that the waves can't cross. It'll last until morning. He spoke loud enough to make sure everyone heard him, and sure enough they all hurried to join the rest of the survivors. No one said much, but there were a few resentful glares shot toward the newcomers. Lachlan made mental note to keep an eye on them. He didn't care which group they belonged to. Everyone would be treated the same no matter what. As soon as the underpriest confirmed that there were no more people around, Jacob, guided by Marshall, led the way out and toward the northern gate. This time they saw many crimson eyes watching them as they passed. But that was all the race did. The Sun Sword's magic was such that they couldn't even get close. Soon enough, they passed through the open gate and started on the long road north. Lachlan didn't know what it would take to get everyone to the Alchemist's village, but he meant to do it no matter what. Chapter 24.
The pen keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Maddox had seldom eaten a more delicious meal than the one he prepared in the castle. Even if he was just reheating leftovers from the royal's day. The castle chef knew his business, and all the ingredients were perfectly seasoned. He also found a loaf of soft white bread that went perfectly with the roast beef. Belly full for the first time in a day, he was stretched out in a chair in the waiting area, his feet propped up on an end table. He was just debating taking a nap when Borgoff came striding in with Alazar behind him. Borgoff had a faraway look on his face, and his head cocked a bit to the left. He blinked a few times, and finally seemed to notice Maddox. You comfortable? Maddox shrugged. Why shouldn't I be? There's nothing else to be done at the moment, is there? No. Going to our supplies, our guides are located and rescued the people I captured for tomorrow night. Not a huge deal, but annoying all the same. What are you going to do with them tomorrow night? Maddox asked. Have the raids steal them, of course. Once a day has passed, we regain their ability to spawn. That bit of bad luck lost scores of new soldiers. Borgoff shrugged. But no matter, there are plenty of other people in the area. We can just visit a few farms until all the raids have killed at least one human. Maddox nodded. It was a good plan, and for big cold-blooded and programming. So, will we follow them? Eventually, there's not that close. We need to stay within range of the raid center. We'll rest here for the night and for day tomorrow, then pursue them after sunset. For now, I believe I'll go see how comfortable things that keeps. Borgoff left without another word. For his part, Alazar sat facing Maddox, his face twisted in pain. What will it cost to get you to cast the light first for me? A favor in the future, Maddox said without hesitation. But we need someone to provide the light first for the spell. Your animals work, there's a chicken coop out back. In this line of work, Maddox seldom had a good laugh, but the idea of draining the light force from a bunch of chickens to heal Alazar had him bent double in his chair, laughing so hard tears ran down his face. He often heard it said that chicken soup had healing properties, so it wasn't so far-fetched. When he finally got himself under control, Alazar said, "Feel better?" "Yes, and the chickens will survive. Life force is life force after all. Lead the way." The pair made their way through the kitchen and out a small side door that led to an open area. The clucking of chickens came from a raised square coop. Off to one side sat a block of wood about 2 feet tall with an axe driven into it. Judging by the reddish skin covering it, he doubted the cook had used it to split the pile of wood ranked up against the castle wall. Maddox yanked the axe out and motioned towards the block. "I see. This will take a second." Amazon settled down with a soft groan. Maddox moved closer to the coop and gathered it. As the power grew, he sent a thread into the coop and pierced each chicken through the body. Next, the ether he gathered went out along the thread, hammering into the birds and breaking their life force free of their bodies, killing them instantly. A little tug on the thread pulled the glowing white ball of life force back to him. It really did look exactly like human life force. Strange that he'd never bothered to note that. Of course, now that he thought about it, it never worked directly with animal life force. Well, as long as it ended Amazon's belly aching, he'd consider the effort well worth it. And having a favor in the family, even from someone as pitiful as Amazon, was never a bad thing. The life force flowed out in his mental direction and surrounded the wound in Amazon's head. Felt a bit like some infection, I'd say. That was rather fast. Maddox struck the infection away first, then started regrowing the muscle in the skin. The whole process took about 3 minutes and used up all the life force he'd gathered. If there had been one fewer chicken, he wouldn't have been able to finish the job. Good. How does it feel? Much better. Thank you, Elder. Save your things, and remember the favor you owe me. You should rest. When you wake, the feeling will be complete. Amazon stood, nodded, and strode off the way they'd come, leaving Maddox alone in the yard. It felt like everything was finally going their way. Maddox couldn't help wondering why that thought filled him with anxiety. Chapter 25. The longest night of Lachlan's life ended when the sun finally colored the horizon red and Marshall called a halt to their march. The campsite, such as it was, ended up being a patch of uneven ground off the main trade road. A few inches of snow covered everything, and while that was far from ideal, it certainly beat ending up in the mud. He barely had time to register his relief when Jacob fell to his knees and face planted right into the ground. One look at his gluttonous face made it clear that Marshall only remained upright by the narrowest of margins. Lachlan hurried over to check on the burn. As soon as he got close, Jacob's snoring became clear. If he was making that much noise, he had to be okay. Turning to Marshall, he asked, "Are you two going to be all right?" Marshall smiled unnervingly. "We have. The alternative isn't very good. That said, we both need to sleep. Can you handle keeping everyone together and getting them fed?" "No problem. I wish we had a tent or something. Jacob's going to get sick sleeping on the ground in the snow. The fact that he can do it at all tells me exactly how much using the sword to guide him. Is it because this is the first time he's used it for so long?" "I'm sure that's so." Marshall yawned so wide his jaw cracked. "Right. I won't bother you anymore. Sleep if you can and leave everything to me. I assume we'll be moving again tonight?" Marshall slumped to the ground beside Jacob. "No. I wanted to put as much distance between us and the city as possible tonight. But from now on, we'll be moving during the day and the rest of the night under the sword's protection. Not having the march at the same time he's calling on the magic should be easier on your brother as well." Lachlan nodded. That all makes sense. The people would be less anxious walking during the day as well. Not to mention a whole day's rest should help them recover their strength. Leaving Marshall, Lachlan went to check on the rest of the group. His first stop was fine. His bearers had set him on the ground. Both men looked as exhausted as Marshall had. Otto's condition hadn't changed. Still unconscious and still breathing. That was about all Lachlan had cared for. "My thanks to both of you for carrying my father." Both guards bowed. "It was our honor to do so, thanks. When the time comes to move, we will. And until then, you may rest assured that we'll keep His Majesty safe." The guards' earnest promise eased some of Lachlan's concerns, but only for a moment. As soon as he headed for the rest of the survivors, he noticed that almost none of them had heavy weapon cloaks. That might have been okay while they were walking, but now the cold was certain to be an issue. As with his many other problems, and there was nothing he could do about this one either. At least, not at the moment. The priority right now was food. No one had eaten anything since they left the city. If they could get some fires going, that would help with both the cold and cooking a meal for everyone. Lachlan spotted the temple servants with their heavy packs of supplies standing near the guards. He angled that way, but only made it partway over before a strident voice called out, "Prince Lachlan, Your Highness, a moment, if you please." No commoner had ever spoken in a temple. It seemed at least one of the higher-ranking nobles still residing in Maltake City had made it out in one piece. Lachlan could have decided that was a good thing or not. Time will tell, but he had serious doubts. In an emergency, nobles seldom served to make things better. Despite his misgivings, Lachlan clustered on a half-hearted smile and adjusted his quarters as the tall, slim man had spoken. He had an oiled mustache and slicked back hair, and wore a fine silk tunic and trousers of matching green, and slippers, alas, instead of boots. "You called?" Lachlan asked. "Indeed I did. I wish to know where we are going and how you intend to keep us all safe until we arrive. What supplies we have will only do needed for so many people. Taking on even more commoners only makes it less likely that the rest of us will survive." Lachlan's eyes narrowed. "Were you the one that called out in protest of rescuing the people we found in the warehouse?" "I certainly am. The decision struck me as a foolish one at the time, and nothing has changed about our situation. Survival of the fittest surely means that the highest ranking should get what they need first and foremost. And the noble's duty to the people? Our task is to serve as their guides and protectors, is it not? Under normal circumstances, yes. But our current circumstances are anything but normal. Better to cut loose all those that might be a burden, and the rest of us might survive." Lachlan took a step closer and shot the man apart. "I'll keep your advice in mind should anyone come up further. If you'll excuse me, I want to see about getting breakfast for you." The arrogant face sealed. "Quite right. Something hot would be most welcome." Lachlan marched away before he said something he might regret. Well, he didn't know how much he'd regret, but getting on the bad side of a noble, even a stupid one, would only make his work harder in the future. One of the few things you could count on was that they looked after their own. Ill means one noble and the rest would get over. And that would lead to all sorts of problems that father would want on his plate for people. Cursing them silently to whatever hell awaited anyone willing to sacrifice innocent people for their own survival, he put nobly on his head. The temple servants bowed immediately at his approach. When he straightened, Lachlan let out a soft sigh when he spotted a familiar face. "Well, thank the sword lord. How much food did you get?" Brand scratched his beard. "Not enough, given the number of mouths we need to feed. If we limit ourselves to 2 meals a day, we should be okay for 3 days." Lachlan stared. 3 days? It'll take at least 2 weeks to reach the edge of the great forest, maybe longer. Plus, however long it'll take to get to the Alchemist's village. Brand just gestured helplessly at the far 2 small packs resting on the ground in front of the servants. "We have what we have, Highness. Much as I wish it were otherwise." "Right. Sorry for that. I didn't mean to stab at you. Please see about getting some food going. I'll send someone to collect firewood. And keep the state of our supplies clean. I don't want people to get hurt. As you command. Given how far we've come, I'll make it a filling meal. We can start cutting back to you." Lachlan clapped him on the shoulder and set out to get a group together for firewood detail. He only got a few strides away when a hesitant voice said, "Beg your pardon, sir." Lachlan forced away a snarl and turned toward the speaker. A burly man in leathers that looked like he'd be more at home in the country than the city. "What can I do for you?" "I didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything. I heard what you said about the food situation. I'm a hunter by trade. If a bow or spear can be found or made, I'd be glad to see about adding some fresh meat. Glad much. That's the first good thing I've heard in what seems like a long time. The bow is unlikely, but surely we can fix up a spear, even if it isn't the finest one in the room. What's your name? Barrett. Well, thanks, sir. Lockwood Nurgle, and it is excellent to meet you. Lockwood cut off his hand, and Barrett stared at it as though it might bite him. Lockwood laughed, reached out and grabbed Barrett's hand. After a few enthusiastic pumps, he released the mortifying hand. Tell Bran I said to give you something. I'll see about that spear. Yes, thanks. Lockwood walked away grinning. A heaven smile. Maybe we could have finished it there. When Lockwood had gone to check on the rest of the survivors, Marshall flipped Jacob over on his back, summoned the last of his reserves, and passed his hand over the prince's head and chest. His life force felt strong and steady. Good. The mind control wouldn't damage the target's body itself, but the stress of being controlled did take a toll. Fortunately for them all, Jacob was young and strong. If any of them could withstand the pressures caused by the spell, beats him. Marshall offered a silent prayer to Bran, and with a little more practice, Jacob would be able to command the sword himself when darkness fell.
Switch to Vallejo, maybe. I really like Golden. It's really good. Let's see. Can't really max that collar though. Maybe that. Where is it? Not the same color. Close to it. Kind of. Maybe a little bit too bright. Let's see. A little bit too gold. Needs to be darker. Brown. pretty close. I think that's matched perfectly. It's like a rose gold. Nope, that brush is way too big. I want a bigger brush, but that's still too big. Yeah, garbage. Yeah. I always keep my old brushes for mixing stuff up. I don't know what I mixed up with this, but it's a good brush for stirring stuff. This one's junk, but I think I paid like $2 for it. It's from China, but it works for stirring stuff up. Keep your old brushes. They work good for stirring up anything. Let's see here. I don't know where my paintballs are. If I knew where they were, I would shake that up better. Get it to work.
frantic woman a moment later. She was looking everywhere, her face twisted in stark terror. "Alice!" she called again in painful desperation. Harper hopped to her feet, grabbed her gear, and took a step toward the woman. Barrett caught her pant leg. "Best not to get mixed up in it, lass." "And what? There's only one thing that could upset a woman that much. Her kid must be missing. You expect me to just ignore that?" Harper pulled away and hurried over. She arrived at the same time as Prince Lachlan. "What's the trouble?" he asked. "My daughter's missing. I told Alice not to wander, but I must have dozed off. When I woke up, she was gone. Please, you have to help me find her." The pain in her voice stabbed Harper in the heart. "Where was the last place you saw her?" Harper asked. "Near where I was sleeping. I'll show you." Harper followed her to a patch of hay that looked pretty much the same as every other patch of hay. She crouched and checked the dirt. There were some scuff marks, but they might have been from the mother's frantic searching. "How old is Alice?" Harper asked. 4. She forced the word out between sobs. Harper kept her expression neutral, but that was young enough for the girl not to fully appreciate just how dangerous it was outside the barn. If she'd gone out to play. "Stay here in case she comes back on her own," Harper said. "I'll take a look around." "As will I," Prince Lachlan said. "The archangels bless you both." Harper headed for the door and offered a silent prayer to Brannick that her worst fear wouldn't be realized. Prince Lachlan walked beside her, his brow furrowed. "Are you a hunter, Highness?" Harper asked. "I've been hunting, but didn't track game through the woods or anything. It was a boar hunt, and the dogs and beaters drove the animals toward us. All I did was hold my spear and wait." "If you held a spear and faced down a charging boar, you've got guts at least. Unfortunately, that won't help us much in the current situation. If you could stay just a little behind me so you don't mess up any tracks, I'd appreciate it." "Of course. Anything I can do." He slowed a fraction and let her pull ahead. Harper kept her focus fully on the dirt. There were thousands of tracks everywhere. Trying to make sense of them was a waste of time. She'd just have to wait until they were closer to the door. It should be easy to see one set of tracks going out since the majority would be coming in. "I've never met a woman hunter before. I didn't even know that was a potential line of work for women." Harper shrugged but didn't look back. Fur buyers don't care who trapped the beaver, only about the quality of the pelt. Same with butchers. You bring them a fresh haunch of meat and they'll pay you for it, man or woman. Results are what count. She crouched by the door. No tracks going out. That was a good sign. "Are there any other doors?" she asked. "I believe there's another set of doors at the rear where the temple cooks are preparing dinner. Perhaps they've seen Alice." "One way to find out." Harper marched toward the opposite end of the barn. She made sure to not even look in the poor mother's direction. The sight of her was just too much to handle. At the rear of the barn, they found a group of 12 men and women watching half a cow roast on a spit over a flame that burned with no fuel. There were iron rods driven into the meat that glowed orange. The meat sizzled and filled the air with a delicious aroma that reminded Harper she hadn't eaten since breakfast. The cooks all straightened when they spotted the prince. One of them gulped, his prominent larynx twitching like a bobber in a trout pond. "Have any of you seen a little girl running around?" Lachlan asked. The cooks looked back and forth at each other, shaking their heads. Finally, one of them, the oldest-looking woman, said, "We've been focused on the food, Highness. She may have run by without us even noticing. I'm terribly sorry." "No need to be. Your job is cooking, not babysitting. We'll leave you to your work." The answer didn't surprise Harper. In her experience, unless a kid was causing trouble, they tended to be ignored by busy adults. Unless the adult was Harper's late mother. She saw and heard everything, and was always eager to tell you exactly what you were in trouble for. Putting thoughts of both her mother and Alice's out of her mind, Harper strode over to the back exit. It was the same sort of sliding double doors as the front, and they were closed tight. Even if they weren't paying attention, surely someone would have noticed her opening the door. No tracks in the dirt indicated that she'd even come this way. If she hadn't left by either set of doors, where in the world was she? I'm at a bit of a loss, Lachlan said. As far as I'm aware, there are only the 2 exits. There are only 2 big enough for us. For a little girl, any gap in the wall might be enough to get out. We'll have to search the perimeter of the barn. What am I looking for? A broken board? A hole? Anything that might indicate Alice could get outside? Without another word to the prince, Harper went left. Every second they spent searching made it that much more likely that Alice would get found by the wraiths. Whatever else happened, Harper didn't want that little girl's death on her conscience. As Lachlan worked his way around the perimeter of the barn, he couldn't stop thinking about Harper. He'd never met a woman like her. While she was too muscular and rough around the edges to be considered classically beautiful, Lachlan found her will and determination charming. So charming, in fact, he couldn't get her out of his head. When they were apart, all he wanted was to rejoin her company, to learn more about her. She was such a remarkable individual that her life story had to be fascinating. The little he'd heard of it so far certainly was. He paused at a board that hung slightly askew and gave it a tug. No, too tight. No way could a child of any size fit through the opening. He had no intention of giving up the search, but as the minutes rushed by, his hope of finding Alice alive dwindled. Lachlan wanted few things less than to have to tell the mother that her child had been killed by wraiths and would have to be burned so she wouldn't come back to life as a monster. What's this? Lachlan hurried over and knelt beside a board that had been snapped off about a foot above the floor. The opening was small, but not so small that a determined little girl couldn't force herself through. Across the barn, Harper had worked her way 3/4 of the way to the front doors. He loosed a piercing whistle, and when she looked his way, Lachlan waved her over. She trotted across the barn. Did you find something? He pointed at the broken board. This is the first thing I've found of note. It's more than I've found. She crouched, then turned to look at him with a frown. Did you kneel here? The dirt has been smooth. Lachlan winced. I did. Apologies. Heaven's mercy, that sounded pathetic. He was a prince for Brannick's sake. He hardly ever had to apologize to anyone, much less a hunter of no particular standing. Even so, he found the thought of her disappointment far more painful than he should have. It's fine, I'll just have to check from the outside. His heart skipped a beat. You can't go outside. I have no idea how far the barrier extends. She shrugged out of her pack and dug out the silver lantern. No need to worry. I can make my own barrier, remember? He did, in fact, yet even knowing it did absolutely nothing to lessen his desire to keep her safe. It was a completely irrational feeling, of course, but he wouldn't deny it even if he could. I don't think that's a good idea. Neither do I. But it's a better idea than letting that little girl stay out there by herself. Harper touched a crystal on the side of the lantern, and it burst into light. You don't have to come with me. I'll just check for tracks, and if I find any, I'll follow them and bring her back. Shouldn't take long. Letting her face the danger by herself would be the most cowardly thing Lachlan had ever done. No, I'll go with you. If she's hurt, you won't be able to carry her and the lantern. Harper grinned. Is it really okay for a prince to risk himself to rescue a common girl? I can't imagine your guards will be pleased if you sneak out on your own. Wait, do you even have guards? I used to, but most of them died in the castle. And a better question would be, could I live with myself if I did nothing? And the answer is no. I swore that I would get all these people to safety, and I mean to see that through to the best of my ability. Then let's get going. Harper marched straight toward the door, her stride determined and unwavering. Where did the woman find such courage? Even with his magic, it took everything Lachlan had to put one foot in front of the other as he followed her. At the door, she paused to let him catch up. Stay close, and remember this thing's limited range. 5 paces from me, and you're in trouble. I won't forget. She circled around the barn with Lachlan at her side. His hand never strayed far from the hilt of his sword. It was only a habit. Without the priest's magic, his sword was useless against the wraiths. Speaking of which, he'd expected to see some of them flitting around. Outside the gap in the boards, Harper muttered, "Damn the luck. What is it? Fresh tracks of the correct size for a little girl?" She snuck out here and made her way toward the farmhouse. Harper held up the lantern, but that made little difference. Shaking her head, she thrust the silver lantern into his hands. "Hold this." Lachlan fumbled for a moment, but managed not to drop it. Harper took her bow from its holder, bent the stave, and strung it. "You can't hurt the wraiths with arrows." Harper pulled an arrow from the quiver on her back and held it up so he could see the shining tip. "You can if a friendly alchemist gives you a mithril-coated arrowhead. I've already killed ghouls and wraiths both." So saying, she fit the arrow to the string and set out. Her gaze focused on the ground. They moved slowly through the dark farmyard. A shiver ran down Lachlan's spine. Something was watching them. He could feel it. "Damn it all!" She drew and loosed before Lachlan even made out the target. The arrow passed through an area of darkness that vanished, revealing a little girl curled up in a ball on the ground, an unmoving white kitten clutched in her arms. Harper readied another arrow and charged toward Alice. Lachlan hustled to keep up. No more wraiths made themselves known as she knelt beside the girl. Harper touched Alice's neck and blew out a long sigh. She's still alive, just unconscious. The wraith's presence must have overwhelmed her. She picked Alice up like she weighed nothing, and Lachlan turned toward the barn. Brannick, be merciful. Scores of crimson eyes had appeared between them and the barn. Lachlan swallowed. He'd known there were a lot of them, but never imagined there were this many. Arrogant fucking monsters. Take her. Harper held Alice out to him. Lachlan scrambled to cradle the girl in one arm while he held the lantern with the other. Harper ignored his juggling act and readied her bow. A moment later, a mithril-tipped arrow streaked out. 3 pairs of eyes vanished with a single shot, and she kept shooting until no more eyes were visible. Guess they've had enough. She eased the pressure off her bowstring and returned the arrow to her quiver. I'll take the lantern. Relieved of part of his burden, Lachlan adjusted his grip on Alice. Does nothing frighten you? She offered a bitter laugh. Plenty of things frighten me. The thought of losing any more people I care about most of all. Monsters that can't reach me, but that I can reach on the other hand, don't concern me in the least. Still, I'll be glad to get inside. Lachlan seconded that idea. The trio set out across the farmyard and the warmth and comfort of the group. Thankfully, no more of the wraiths felt the need to reveal themselves, though Lachlan suspected fear of getting shot by Harper had plenty to do with that. They had barely stepped inside when Alice's mother came charging over. She took one look at the limp body and started trembling. She's alive, Lachlan hastened to say. It looks like the wraith's presence overwhelmed her and she fainted. Our best guess is that she was playing with the kitten and followed it outside through a gap in the wall boards. Heaven bless you, Highness! She took Alice from him, kitten and all. I feared I'd never see her again. How can I thank you for rescuing her? It wasn't just me. Lachlan turned to find Harper had made herself scarce. Had help. Anyway, it's my duty and privilege to protect everyone. That's basically my job as a prince, after all. Would that all the nobles felt as you do? She shot a look of distaste over her shoulder when the nobleman that suggested only the strong survive was waving his finger at one of the temple guards. What did he do? Nothing beyond an endless string of complaints. It's like he imagines he's the only one that finds all the walking and sleeping in farms uncomfortable. I'd happily suggest he take his chances alone in the farmhouse. The woman blanched as she seemed to realize what she was saying and who she was saying it to. Forgive me. I forgot myself for a moment. Lachlan offered a gentle smile. It's fine. You'd best go take care of Alice, then try and get some sleep. We have another long day in store for us tomorrow. Yes, Highness. And thank you again. As soon as she left,
Lachlan immediately looked for Harper and found her.
Stay 24/7.
Let's not.
It up and brought it to his eye. His frown deepened as he swung it slowly right, then left. I see nothing. Marshal held out his hand. May I, Majesty? He accepted the farseer and peered through it. It was so dark Marshal could barely make out the individual trees. A flash of red caught his eye, and he tried to follow it. Once he found it, he quickly spotted more. They were eyes. and they were floating in humanoid-shaped blobs of darkness. He counted dozens before lowering the faucet. Brand compass. Their raids. Dozens of them at least. Maybe hundreds. What are raids? Prince Jacob asked. Undead with no physical form. Normal steel can't harm them, and the army won't slow them down. Only magic or mithril has any hope of killing them. Marshall's gaze shifted to the king's sword. That's why Brannock said you were the only one that could stop them. Raids would be especially vulnerable to the Sun Sword's power. I can't protect the entire city, King Caleb said. The barrier only extends 100 yards at most. Then we will just have to save as many people as possible, Rockland said. Can you enchant a sword for me, Marshall? Of course, but it's not so simple. With a basic magic sword, you'll need to cut through their core. And since you're not a wizard, you won't be able to see it. If I slash enough times, I'll hit something. Let's get to the armor. They all looked at the king, who nodded. Heaven help us. Now we have no choice but to fight.
It was time to put someone in a position who cares about our conservative values, who cares about the Constitution, who cares about representing us as Christians. Be sure to offer your support to Chris.
Chapter 17. Barrett had spent some long, boring days when on the hunt, but the 10 hours he spent waiting in the plowman had to number amongst the longest. He feared sitting there, sipping ale and wondering what was going on might drive him mad. It hadn't yet, but if Elias didn't get here soon. A faint snore drew his attention to Tobias. His friend and fellow ranger had no such qualms and had long since drunk himself unconscious. Barrett envied him. At least he no longer needed to worry about what was going to happen. Patrons had gathered as the hour grew later, and the common room was now almost half full. Smiling and laughing, eating and drinking, like they didn't have a care in the world. Ignorance, it seems, truly was bliss. A dull thud prompted him to look at the door. It was Elias and his lady friend. What was her name? Right, Octavia, and Brannock. He stood and waved to them. Elias waved back, and the pair made their way through the tables to join him. The men shook hands, and Barrett added a little nod to Octavia. He didn't know her well enough to shake hands. At least he didn't feel it. What news? Barrett asked. About the wizard? Nothing. The army's on full alert, and they just let us go after we finished prepping the last suit of magical armor. I don't know what they're expecting, but it must be serious given everything going on. How are you supposed to prepare if no one lets you know what sort of enemy you're fighting? Barrett asked. Even if they don't know the exact number, surely they know something. Elias shrugged. Maybe someone knows something. If they do, it didn't get shared with the likes of us. Even the magical engineers are in the dark, Octavia added. Great. So what do we do? I wish I had a better answer for you. I didn't even have a chance to talk to Jackson. He got transferred to Walden. From the sound of it, they've got a man every 3 feet. Elias gave a little shake of his head. Right now, I say we have an early dinner and head home. Maybe we'll get lucky and nothing will come. And maybe pigs will learn to fly. Barrett replied. They'd barely given their order to the serving girl when someone outside the door opened, and the woman staggered in before collapsing. The twisted rictus of her death face would haunt Ben for the rest of his life, however long that ended up being. A dark, vaguely human-shaped shadow floated in the air. standing in front of the damaged board where Alice snuck out. As he walked over to join her, Harper bent and picked up one of the pieces of scrap wood that was lying around the barn. She slammed it into the dirt and worked it from side to side. When he reached her, the gap had been closed off. A carpenter as well. Is there no end to your talents? I don't know about talent, but at the very least, no more kids or kittens will be sneaking out on us. I'd say it's just about time to get some supper. Harper strode off toward the rear of the barn, and he hurried to keep up. Are you following me? Lachlan winced at that very accurate observation. Technically, but I could also use something to eat. I thought we might dine together. She shrugged. That's fine, I guess. I'm not much of a conversationalist, though. They each accepted a wooden plate covered with meat and boiled vegetables. Of course, there were no utensils again. Eating with his hands in front of a lady he hoped to impress wouldn't help Lachlan's cause any. But under the current circumstances, he could hardly complain. Not when so many were no longer alive to eat. Harper found an unoccupied patch of hay and dropped into it. After wiggling around a bit, she dug into her food with a will. Lachlan did the same, perfectly willing to be patient. The barn was largely quiet, and no one seemed to have a problem that needed solving. It couldn't last, but for as long as it did, he planned to enjoy it. Not bad given what they had to work with, Harper said at last. I suppose you're used to far finer meals than this? Lachlan couldn't deny that. Yes, but after walking from sunup to sundown, I find any meal welcome. Hunger's the best gravy, or so my father used to say whenever he burned supper. Did your mother not handle the cooking? She did until I was 15. Then she died and Dad had to step in. He did his best for about a month. Then we started eating at the Bear. A few months later, I learned enough to do the cooking for both of us. Lachlan cursed his stupidity. Obviously, if the father was cooking, the mother was out of the picture. How could he have said something so insensitive? I apologize for my rude question. Harper shrugged and popped the last carrot into her mouth. No way you could have known. Anyway, I imagine the castle cooks handled all that for your family. Not a bad way to grow up. It really wasn't, though I would have appreciated more time with my parents. They were always busy with court matters. Harper yawned. Between the food and the excitement wearing off, I do believe it's time for me to get some sleep. Good night, Highness. Won't you please call me Lachlan? If you like. Good night, Lachlan. She stood, returned her plate to the cooks, and retreated to the spot where her friends now rested. Lachlan sighed. She didn't seem overly interested in him. That was unusual for Lachlan. He seldom met women that weren't at least a little interested. Of course, given how his relationships usually turned out, maybe winning over someone reluctant would yield a better result. He dearly hoped so. Chapter 34. Prince Jack strode along beside his brother and Marshal. It was just before noon, and the group of survivors would be stopping soon for their midday meal and a brief rest. It felt good to be walking so early in the day. Every time he used the sun sword, the amount of recovery time he needed shortened. He took that as a good sign, though a sign of what he couldn't say. And then she killed every wraith she could until they fled, Lachlan said. I've never met such a brave woman. He'd been going on about the alchemist's messenger, Harper, if Jack remembered correctly, almost non-stop since Jack woke. Lachlan seemed to have fallen head over heels for the girl. Jack wanted to warn him off. Nothing good would come from a royal mixing with a commoner. If he only wanted to tumble her, that would be another matter. But whatever Lachlan was feeling, it was certainly deeper than that. Lachlan had to know they had no hope of a real relationship. Much like Jack himself, Father would eventually decide on a wife for Lachlan, one that would strengthen the kingdom. He glanced at his still unconscious father. Then again, given all that had happened, maybe Lachlan would be free to choose a bride for himself. I can't believe you would do something so dangerous, Marshall said. What if the lantern's magic hadn't been effective? You might have gotten yourself killed. Never forget that you have responsibilities beyond your own desires. My responsibility was to save Alice, Lachlan said, sounding annoyed. Perhaps, but tell me wanting to impress that girl played no part in your decision. Lachlan looked away. I thought not. Marshall blew out a long sigh. Still, all's well that ends well, I guess. Shall we call a halt for lunch? I'd like to continue our discussion from last night. I'll get Harper. Lachlan ran off. Jack shook his head. He's in deep trouble, Marshall. Such is the fate of all men at some point in their life. Did you notice that at no point in his story did Harper seem to have any real interest in Lachlan? I mean, the sort of interest he's hoping for. He's a prince. Once he makes his desire clear, she'll react just like any other woman. No need to worry about that. Perhaps, Marshall muttered to himself. How did you manage the effects of the spell last night? It still wasn't pleasant, but at least this time I had plenty to think about. If these wizards are as serious about reaching the village as it sounded, are we doing the right thing by guiding them there? We may not be, but I can't think of any other option given our circumstances. The group stopped, and the temple cooks got busy handing out leftovers. Jack, Marshall, Lachlan, and Harper stood a little ways away from the group to discuss their course. It was strange having a commoner sit in on the meeting. Outside of the servants and guards, Jack never had much to do with people outside the nobility. He wasn't sure what he expected, but so far she had proven herself both level-headed and brave. Being in the company of two princes and Brannick's high priest didn't seem to intimidate her, though after hearing Lachlan's story, Jack certainly understood why. Marshall opened the meeting. I hoped to consider our options with regards to the alchemist's village. We've determined that leading the enemy to their doorstep might not be the best idea, and at the same time, we have no others. Would it be possible for you to go ahead of us and let them know the situation, Harper? She shook her head. I can't find my way back. Lynn didn't give me whatever treatment is necessary to bypass their wards. As a test, I turned back after only a few strides, and despite seeing my own tracks, I still couldn't find the entrance. She said it was a precaution in case I was captured. Marshall nodded. Then I'm the only one here capable of reaching them. Far from ideal. Why don't you go in alone while we wait outside the forest? Harper asked. The prince can protect us with the sword's magic while you're in the village coming up with a plan. Jack winced at that suggestion. It pained him to have his uselessness pointed out, not that she was aware of it. Prince Jacob is still in the beginning stages of mastering the sword's magic, Marshall said. As such, he requires my help to initiate.
For a better clean with less, it's got to be Tide. Boring gum. Fancy gum. Icebreakers. Ooh, fancy.
Let's stop.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. I'll take a break. I know the paint job looks rough right now, but you can always go over it 2 or 3 times. You don't want to do a real thick coat. You usually want to do 2 or 3 thin coats. I have this watered down quite a bit, so.